not still eating. You're still eating. What are you talking about? Hi, cuties. How are you doing, my darlings? It's so good to see you. Sorry, I'm munching on some granola and
Hello, motherfucker. Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi there, lovely Lil. Woo, Eisen. I got some more for me. Ooh, a rainbow one. Ooh, ooh. I didn't eat you. I just gave you an open mouth kiss. That's not what I meant. I meant to in the okay. Leave without text. Listen. Some of us didn't get the most sleep and maybe have been frazzled. Let me thank you guys so very much for the pallet tax. Nick's Mental Slice, Jam Slice, Awesome Aussie, Sweetest Sir Jazzy, Dearest Dustin, Terrific Talon, Lovely Light, Sweetest Sir Jazzy, Sweetest Sir Jazzy, hello motherfucker to you, Magnificent Michael, Sweetest Sir Jazzy for the pallet tax, Incredible Eisen again, Incredible Eisen a third time, Sweetest Sir Jazzy again, Lovely Lil Bit, Incredible Eisen, Awesome Aussie, Dearest Dustin, and Sweetest Sedu. I did it! Ooh, and Icy as well, another Icy. Thank you, honey. I appreciate it. And thank you so much for the pal hat, Sweetest Sir Jazzy. Thank you, cutie pies. I really do appreciate it. You guys are fucking amazing. You guys, I have such amazing things to tell you guys. I woke up, did not sleep very much. Not enough berries, I have some berries in my granola. I'm gonna be more odd than usual today, I think. I went to bed at a reasonable time last night. I just did not sleep well. So I don't want to hear it. It's not my fault. I was responsible. I went to bed with plenty of time to get 8 hours of sleep, and I got about 4. Yay. But all the same, I hope you are doing incredibly well, my darlings. Also, thank you so much to Radical Radish for the 235 stream streak. Not bad at all. Talon with the 65 stream streak. No, that's absolutely amazing. And Cutie Cloak with 20. Holy shit, you guys are amazing. Thank you, Radish, for the 235. Outstanding. Terrific Talon with the 65. Not bad at all. Keep it up. Good job. Keep it up. And Sweetest Sam of Cloak, thank you so much, Cutie Club, for the 20. That's awesome. Also, Precious Pelky, welcome on in. Dare I say, dearest Dustin, darling, dearest darling Dustin, Dustin, darling, dearest darling Dustin, dearest. Thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. We are officially one elective personal one-person sub away from hitting our first month of Partner Plus, which is amazing. I promise I'm gonna catch up with you guys and I'll start reading everything. But I want to tell you guys some really sick information about the stream, about how we're doing on YouTube, about how much fun I had yesterday with you guys in Save, about what we have coming up on for September, and I bet you that's the fucking tradie who said he was gonna be here an hour and a half ago. Oh my god, thank you for making me aware, Coda. Fuck me. Sorry guys. I've been trying to contact this guy for an hour and a half. Hadn't heard anything from him. And then I think he probably just showed up. Give me just a second. I'm so sorry. One moment, please. Please be patient. I promise you're gonna want to hang out for this. There's some cool stuff coming up. I'm sorry. Hold on. Ay, ay, ay. Cool. Hi. I missed you. Sorry, give me just a second. I have to text Nate because I told him, I was like, hey, can you contact this person? And he just showed up as I started stream, unhappy face. Hello, sweetheart. Sorry about that. You all right? That looked painful? Listen, the negative thing about being a 3D VTuber, and I would say this is the only negative thing because I love how expressive I get to be with my hands and stuff, is that, when you walk away from the computer, unless you pose properly, you do wind up looking like you've just broken your neck. Tragedy, truly. At least with Live 2D, they... Coda's still going. At least with Live 2D, you, like, have parameters, right? With 3D, one of the benefits is that you don't really have a lot of parameters, it's just tracking. But it does mean that, yeah, if you leave, you're like, ooh. Tau back pain until I got, hi there, gorgeous. How are you, sweetie? It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing so much better, darling. And thank you so much for the amazing 75 studies. That's incredible. Thank you, lovely. Just gonna be lurking a night and trying to sleep to stream. I have 2 interviews tomorrow, and one is too dang early in the morning. Fuck. Hope all the pals have a wonderful night. Be excellent to each other. Thank you so much, gorgeous geeks. I really hope that the interviews go well. I told you you'd have a job by the end of August. Don't make me a liar, Britain. Britain, don't make me a liar, Britain. Thank you, lovely light, for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for the pal hat as well, Nix. And thank you also, Ozzy, for the care package. You guys are taking such good care of me, you cutie pies. Also, Suda Seth, thank you for the 35 studies. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. Thank you so much for 35 streams, hon. Okay. I'll try and get through this as quickly as possible because I really want to catch up with you guys and I haven't gotten to talk to everybody, and I promise that we will. Okay, first things first, I did see that Witcher 3, my favorite game of all time, is getting a remaster. So I gotta figure out where I'm putting that remaster. That's going somewhere. We're playing that again. I can't wait. I'm so excited. I've always wanted to do like a yearly playthrough of it, and since I've been streaming, I have not been able to do that because it's a long game. But oh well, now we're doing remasters, so remaster and new content. Yeah, I'm so fucking hyped. We'll do both of the DLCs. We'll do yeah, I'm really excited. But that does have to come after Dawnwalker anyway, because I really want to play Dawnwalker. I've been so fucking hyped about that. That comes out in just a few days. I believe it comes out on Thursday for me. I hope that I'm right about that, because otherwise I might have to sacrifice our art stream on Friday and do an art stream on Thursday. I promise you'll get your art stream next week though. It's just a matter of whether it happens on Thursday or Friday. Whatever day Dawnwalker comes out is the day we're gonna be playing it, so I can't wait, dude. I'm so fucking hyped. Oh my God. So anyway, I did say it in our events and schedule channel for the week, but we have so much cool stuff coming up in September. Number one is the Blood of Dawnwalker releases on September 3rd. I think that's Australia time. I think it's September 2nd for Americans. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure if they're doing like a duo release or like a parallel release or whatever the fuck they call it, where it's like you get to play it. It releases at exactly the same moment everywhere, or if it's like, oh no, if it comes out on the 3rd no matter where you are, and therefore I get it early. I'm not sure, but whichever day it comes out, we're playing that. We have our Storytime stream. You guys earned that. We are doing our Storytime stream on September 5th. Time is already running out, you guys. You have a week from Saturday to submit your, actually it's less than that, more like a week from Friday. A week from Friday to submit your stuff so that I can read it a week from Saturday. I'm so excited to see what you guys write. Remember, you can put in lyrics, prose, poems, short stories, excerpts from your novels, whatever you like. And I would love to read them. Fan fiction, as long as it's nothing, it can't be, no matter what you do, it can't be anything outside of the realm of what has come from For the Pouch. So I I don't want, you know, anything too risque, or anything too, like, body horror or, like, triggering, but, so far you guys have done great with that, to be honest. I hope you guys feel like you are still able to share a lot of really exceptional stuff, because I am reading a lot of really exceptional stuff from you guys, so. Yes, you guys have a storytime stream coming up a week from Saturday. This Saturday, though, we have 2 things going on. Count them, 2 for the big. We have 2 things. We have at 11:30 a.m., which is my time, 11:30 a.m. my time. We're doing a hand cam stream. I need to get my nails done before that. Hand cam stream at 11:30. And then in the evening, we are doing a Discord movie night. What are we watching? You guys have decided you would like to watch The Princess Bride. So we're gonna watch that together. That's over on the Discord. Hand cam is here. Movie night on Discord, all right? So remember that. And then, just like a week after that, we are doing our very first, and who knows, maybe last, but definitely first, 24-hour stream. Okay, you guys have gotten to arrange everything because I wouldn't be doing it without you and your amazing support. That's gonna be on the 12th to the 13th, my time of September. And you guys have decided that you want me to sleep for full 8 hours during that time. So there's gonna be 8 hours of stream where you guys are just hanging out here. I guess that's what you wanna do. I will need to make sure that at least one mod is available for, like, even if it breaks up between that time period, I'll need to make sure someone is here to supervise. But you guys said you wanted to do that. I gave you options of, like, no sleep, of, like, 20-minute naps, of, like, 2 4-hour naps, or 8 hours, and you guys overwhelmingly wanted me to do a full 8 hours of sleep, so I will. I have something very exciting cooked up for the D&D one-shot, I think. I have to check with people, but I talked to a couple of people last night about it, and I think that we're gonna have a good old time with that. Because you guys also get to vote on everything that we do for the activities, right? So if you haven't yet, go to the events and schedule channel, click on the 24-hour stream activities recommendations linked thread in my most recent post, and you can just thumbs up as many things as you want. Whatever looks interesting to you. My birthday's on September 22 as well. I'm gonna probably wind up streaming for that. I will tell you guys that I will be taking a couple of days off the following weekend. I'm going to go off grid with Nath and try and disconnect from everything. We have this really beautiful bottle of sake that we really want to partake in to celebrate a belated, like, partner. You guys helping us get partnered celebration, as well as my birthday, and as well as at that point the 24-hour stream. And the other thing, there's so much amazing stuff happening, and it is all because of you guys. You guys, I cannot tell you how grateful I am for every single one of you and the amazing work that you've put in with, like, YouTube and stuff. You guys, with the work you've put in YouTube for, like, the last, like, what, 2 or 3 weeks, we are now partially monetized. If we keep going like this, we will be fully monetized possibly before my birthday. So that'd be fucking insane. So yeah, I'm letting Strat take the lead on that. But that's so fucking cool. You guys are amazing. You guys are like fucking heroes, honestly, amazing. And I think I saw someone I think Ozzy, I think you pointed out as well, but we are 99 out of 100 plus points for Partner Plus. Our first month, we need 3 months to actually access it. But my promise to you guys is that should you contribute to that, and we get it after, like, we need to do it 3 months in a row, but if you get it within the 3 months in a row, every single person who has contributed to it gets a physical postcard mailed to them if they are comfortable giving me their address. If they are not, I will take a photo of it. Totally fine. If you have a custom pouch pal by the time that happens, I will make sure that I do a little doodle of your custom pouch pal on the postcard that I send you. Okay? Dude, it was huge! That is all those announcements, I think. Please someone tell me if I'm missing anything, but Citizen Tassie! What's that? my God. Thank you so much, sweetest Sir Jesse. I really, 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 really fucking appreciate it. Holy fuck. Oh my God, you guys, that is amazing. Thank you so much for the first month of Partner Plus. We do need 3 total months in a row. So if we can keep this up for just 2 more months, if we hit this for until let's see, so we've got it for August. If we can get it for September and October, then by Halloween night, I will be absolutely starting to send those postcards out. Thank you so much, Cutie Cat, as well. Oh my God, sweetest Sir Jazzy with the 12 months, tier 2, and Cutie Cat with the 13 months, also tier 2. Thank you so much, you guys. Oh my gosh, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. I'm so excited. Thank you, lovelies. Thank you so much, my darling pals. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. And you just started a hype train with that too. Fuck yeah, you guys. Liz! Sweetie, thank you so much for gifting that sub to the magnificent Mukrim. Thank you so much. Thank you, darling. Hype train, woo! Level 2 right off the bat. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can't say it enough. Thank you so much. Also for the care package, lovely Lopin. Thank you so much, you guys. Also, in case you didn't notice, you do get a spin on the wheel for Chibis on Friday. Absolutely you do. But yes, sorry, it's been like 20 minutes, but I just wanted to like get all of that out there because I know I'll forget otherwise. Please keep going with the YouTube stuff. We can get fully monetized if you guys keep on going. You guys are doing absolutely amazing. I'm so grateful. If you guys would like to know how to help us get monetized over on YouTube, just here, I'll type it. If you go over there and you just go over to playlists and then go to art playlist and then, I was like, my hands aren't working. I am gesturing. Go to the art playlist, just do play all. Don't mute the tab, don't mute the player, just turn it up a tiny bit and it counts. And we can get fully monetized and we can start doing like longer form stuff because I can actually hire Strat on once we start doing like making actual money from there and like memberships and all that. So really exciting. I am so fucking blessed to have you guys, to have this amazing community, to have such thoughtful, wonderful, incredible, determined, loving, loyal people. I am so thankful for all of you. Thank you so fucking much. All I can give you is just like positive news, positive vibes. I'm there's so much goodness and I'm like overflowing with love and I'm so thankful for you guys. Sorry, I'm really bad at words. Lovely, love it. Thank you so much for the 25 stream streak, by the way. Let's go! Indeed. Thank you so much, hun. Okay, I'm actually gonna read now. I'm gonna see what you guys have said because as I say, I always like to interact with you, my precious darling pals who have done ever so much for me, ever so much for this community, ever so much for this channel. Thank you so much. Gorgeous Gecko, welcome on in. Lovely Lawbit, thank you for the 25 stream streak. Lovely Lift, want some uppies. Yes, good lift. Lovely Lawbit, more uppies. Yee. Good little bit. Magnificent Mokrim. Uppies. Aw, yes, because lovely Lith gave you a subby. Now you can uppies away. Uppies away. Sweetest Sir Justy. Hi, sweetie. Uppies for, wait, you didn't ask for uppies. You asked for spinny. Spin. Let me see. What have you guys been up to besides me fawning over you and being super grateful for your existence? Huh? What you been up to, huh? Nix, but no slash jump slice. How are you? Michael, welcome on in. How are you? Sorry, I mean, you said hello, motherfucker, like an hour ago, but still, hi. Cutie cat, how are you? Gorgeous. It's so good. How was the rest of wowing? I hope you are feeling much better. I hope that your desk is satiated with its monster consumption. Lovely Lilbin, how are you? I hope that you're doing incredibly well and you're making some bomb-ass snickerdoodles. I know you are. I know you are. You can't fool me. I'll be there in an hour. Yummy. Sita Save! Hi, Save! How are you? You guys, in case you didn't get to make it to our stream yesterday, that is a genuine loss on your part. I'm so sorry you didn't get to make it. Save and I, after like 30 minutes of troubleshooting, got voicer, whatever it's called, working, and we both got to do some really fun dubs. There was a lot of laughter. I haven't laughed that hard in a while. Thank you so much again to Sweetest Save File 17 for joining me on my stream yesterday for the amazing collab. It was so much fun with you. I hope you had as good of a time as I did. I doubt it because I had like a fucking amazing time. So, I mean, I'd be happy if you had half as much fun as me, to be honest. Thank you for the Thank you, sweetheart. But yes, you guys, Save is actually gonna be streaming tomorrow, so please go check him out. Go on in there, tell him how much you enjoyed the collab, tell him how much of a Yugi voice actor he should be. And thank you guys so much for the hype train again, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much to Lith and Cutie Kata and Sleeta Sir Jazzy. Thank you so much to the latter for the both of you for the tier 2 subbies. Thank you so much, and lovely Lith for being so generous to a fellow pal. Thank you so much, honey. But yes, please check out Sweetest Save. He's gonna be doing some Hearthstoning tomorrow, but trust me, go on in there, have a chat with him, talk about Yu-Gi-Oh, talk about, what else do we play? Invincible, talk about, what other dubs do we, Doctor Who, also Star Trek and Star Wars. Yeah, we did some Star Wars ones. Talked about everything that we did. Or kind of whatever else, as long as it's not politics or religion. He will talk to you about it. And welcome on in, Sweetest Save. Thank you so much again for joining me. I had such a great time. I was super nervous, not because of you or anything. I just haven't had any collabs on this channel for like years because I'm so scared of not being able to focus on chat, which I was not able to do yesterday. I do apologize, you guys. But honestly, that game was not conducive to me paying as much attention to chat anyway, because I was like, okay, I cannot, it's not one of those things where you can like run around in circles or jump and flip like in WoW or something while you're talking. You just either hit record or you sit there. But I hope you guys had a good time with it. I had a really fun time with it yesterday. Nathan and I watched all of the clips over dinner last night and he thought they were very funny. Lovely Icy, lovely Lolbit, my name's Amokrin, how are you? I need to watch VODs even harder. Yeah, over on YouTube. I just hope my gift makes it to your P.O. box in time for your birthday. I'm so excited, Ozzy. If you would like, I will do a hand cam of it. Is Tao going to try to stream on my birthday? I don't know, Cutie Cloak, when is your birthday? I need to think of fan art to make for Tao's birthday. You guys don't have to do anything. You are my birthday presents all year round, my darlings. All year round. Let me see. Can't wait for Princess Bride. Yeah, I'm excited, Michael. It's a good movie. It's been a while since I've watched it, but I have seen it once. Lovely love. 2, 7, 5. Incredible. 90 more until a full year streak. You're so close, lovely love. Thank you so much, lovely and uppies. Good luck. Congrats on 275. That is outstanding. And lovely Lev, thank you for the 6 and 7 biddies. Much appreciated. Oh, fingy spoons. It's true. Fingy spoons are incoming on Saturday. Yummy. Yummy. I'm excited for the Princess Bride and even more excited for the 24 hours stream. I'm excited too. My eyes are gonna be bleeding by the end of it. I'm gonna be like, let me see. I can't wait for you to read mine. I'm so excited. And Space Cat, how are you? Sweetest Sailor Peter. Hi, Precious Peter. Welcome on in. How are you? Excellent to see you. September 2nd, USA time for game looks like. Okay, so it is probably 3rd for me. Fantastic. Okay, great. That's Thursday. That's actually preferable to having to replace one of my pre-existing stream days. Now everyone can come and join me for Blood of Dawnwalker, and it won't be hitting on Final Fantasy time or on Art Stream time, and then everyone can love the game with me. Let me see. Sweetest Seth, how are you? Same! Witcher 3. We've had one next gen update. But yes, but what about next gen update? What about second next gen update? Nope. I was trying to mix up second and gen and didn't work. But anyway, excellent reference. I like it. I love a Lord of the Rings Hobbit reference. I've only played 4 hours of Witcher 3. I need to go back to playing it, especially for that remaster. It's a great game. I don't know if people of today will like it as much as I love it, because I played it when it first came out. But back then, despite being a lot jank, it was a masterpiece, like a masterclass in writing, which is why I'm so excited about Dawnwalker, because it's got a lot of similar, well, actually, it's got like a bunch of people from The Witcher's like writing team. Awesome, Aussie uppies! Thank you for the gigantified uppies, cutie patootie. Thank you, thank you. Let me see. Josie! How you doing, gorgeous Josie? It's so good to see you. Okay, I'm back where I left for the tradie who was supposed to be here like an hour and a half ago. Borky Borkington, that's his middle name. Coda Borky Borkington. And Daniel, uppies. Good, Daniel. Oh, the only bad news is that I finally had to send my interface in. I did mention this yesterday, but I had to send my interface in because it's literally just not working anymore. So I'm currently using my Streamer X interface. Please let me know if you're hearing any peaking or like distortion in my voice, especially when I get really loud. I can turn the gain down, but all I can do is kind of go off of the audio mixer, and so far so good. Awesome Aussie, more uppies. Good Aussie, terrific talent uppies. Good talent, Nix middle slash jam slash uppies. Yee, good Nix. Let me see. Kitty Cloak, thank you for contributing to the community games challenge stream. Oh, I'm all caught up. I mean, well, I'm not caught up, but you know what I mean. I scrolled up. I scrolled up. Okay, what the fuck? Sorry, my mom just sent me the weirdest message. I will have to check that on break. What the heck? Okay, I am doing all right. Wow was good. The desk has not had more monster yet. Don't give it too much or it will just up and run away. Or not run away, just run in circles around your room, which might not be great for the things on it. Request permission to beat the crap out of Twitch for not letting me buy bits using my spendable balance. Oh no, sorry cutie cloak. Sorry cutie cloak. You can't beat Twitch, you can't beat Twitch, only in Minecraft. Hi there, person, welcome on in. One of these days, maybe a good bean for you, a good bean for me. I hope that you get cappuccino next time. Sorry you got liver and onions, yucky. Forever grateful for the good vibes. It's been a year since I joined in, and I can honestly say you and the pals have helped more than you know. I might be a lurky turkey most nights, but y'all are great. Sweetest so jazzy, you are great. You have been such an amazing part of this fantastic community, and I am so thankful to have you. It would not be the same without you, darling. So thank you for being a part of us. The collective. Not like board collective, like a positive collective, like bees or termites. No, maybe not termites. Cells in a body. A cozy body. Sorry, I just saw Saves emotes. What? What? I can hear it in my head. Does Save know much about Magic the Gathering? Save is Hearthstone, Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Magic the Gathering, Cribbage, Solitaire, Uno, War, Poker. Yeah. I actually don't know. You'll have to ask him. I'm not sure, Key Cloak. Sorry. Aha! See? All of these. Whatever are on the card backs here. This is his specialty. I don't even know what that one. Oh wait, or that. What is that one? Okay, I know the Yu-Gi-Oh one. Oh, your birthday's on the 29th of September. Ah! let me have a look. Am I streaming on the 29th? I will be streaming on the 29th. My time, I think. I will not be streaming on the 29th. Wait. No, yeah, I think I'll be streaming that day. I'm sure I'm streaming that day. I was just like, wait, I'm not sure if you're in the US or Australia. But either way, I'm a day ahead of you. So I'm streaming on Tuesday and Wednesday. Yeah, so yeah. Absolutely be down for you to present it on Handcam stream. It's supposed to reach your place today in order for me to send it directly, my place today, in order to send it directly to your P.O. box. Amazing! I'm so excited. Awesome, Ozzy. Thank you so much in advance. You don't have to do that. That's so sweet of you, cutie! Thank you, lovely. Let me see. Oh, we're just splitting the difference, aren't we, Cutie Cat? So I'm the 22nd, you're the 24th, Cloak is the 29th. What do you know? I'm doing good, pretty, currently playing Roblox, so lurking. Excellent, all good, sweetie. Thank you so much for the lurk, I appreciate the support. Enjoy your Robloxing. And lovely Nutsasa! Thank you so much for the beautiful flower garden of friendship. I will take all of them and take good care of the flowers. Jet, welcome on in, Jet, how are you? You may have missed some uppies requests, but requesting here on their behalf more uppies for you. Yee, good pals. I was trying to mix up Second and Gen, but it didn't work. I don't know. Sec-Gen definitely sounds like some shady corporation for a CD Projekt Cyberpunky's other side of the coin. That is actually a very good point, but I don't like the cyberpunk very much. If I were gonna play a sci-fi RPG, it would be Cyberpunk 2077, and I have started that game. Technically, I started it way before I started streaming, but I prefer the dark fantasy stuff. I'm so fucking hyped for Dawn Walker. I'm so fucking hyped for remastered Witcher 3. I'm so fucking hyped for 2028 when we're gonna get Witcher 4. Mwah! Demon! Hi, dearest Demon. Thank you for the pal attack. And lovely apparition. Thank you so much for the 3 streak. Much appreciated as well. Princess! Hi, precious princess. How are you? It's so good to see you. Lovely Priscilla. Welcome, welcome. I'm sorry to hear the interface is giving you trouble. No issues audio-wise so far. That's great! Awesome! Okay. I'm nervous, but I'm gonna have to try and do some ode lines after stream today using this interface, and I'm really worried about it because it seems like it, excuse me, it seems like it works okay for stream, but whenever I try and bring it into the booth, it's so, absorbent. An absorbent interface. Allow me to tell you what that is in very technical terms. It hears everything despite me having the gain literally as low as it will go. And it's such a pain. So I will try it again. I'm gonna try it again. Thank you for the care package, lovely Lil. I really appreciate it. Ow. Makes pixel art Twitch logo in Minecraft out of wool and grabs a flint and steel. I would like to see. I would like to see. I am more bacteria than human by count. I mean, aren't we all? Aren't we all? It's kind of like how I'm terrified of water, and yet I'm also like mostly water, hey? If leap years and such wasn't such a thing, today would have marked 2 years since I discovered you in this amazing community. Best celebrate it today, as tomorrow would be officially 2 years. Let's go! Happy nearly exactly 2 years, awesome Ozzy! I am so grateful to have had you. You have been such an integral part of this community, such a wonderful member, and we do appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. It would not be the same without you. I've played maybe 200 to 300 hours of Magic compared to 200,000 to 300,000 hours of Hearthstone. 200 to 300 hours of Magic means you still know how to play it. So Save can talk to you about Magic. I think. I don't want to volunteer that for him, but it sounds like he could talk about it. That is a mesmerizing emo. It is. Where did you get that from? Oh, did I miss Balatro? He's also Balatro. Is that what the card back was that I don't know? It looks like a bowl of potion soup. A bowl of potion soup! I hope that's what it actually is. I am neither in the USA or Australia. It's Canada. Oh, right. Okay. That is the most American thing I've ever done, to be like, well, say America, when I say USA, I mean America, because I'm just going off of like, I should probably start saying things in hemispheres, but no, there's a lot of like super different times in hemispheres too. I'll say, are you in the Americas from now on, perhaps? Because in the Americas, it's still yesterday, like it's still Tuesday, right? It's still Tuesday in the Americas as a whole. Is that correct? Let me see. Long time no chat, Demon. Hello, howdy, howdy. How you doing? How are you guys doing, by the way? Doing great, lovely dad. I was just fawning over how amazing this community has been and all of the incredible accomplishments that you guys have made, and all the cool things we've got coming up in September and the stuff I'm really excited about. So exciting. I'm getting a topical MTG Commander pre-con soonish. It's the FF14 com deck. Oh, because Ishtola is your favorite character. That makes sense. I do love Ishtola. She's sick. Check your DMs. You need to mention one other thing. Back to driving for the appointment. Oh, okay, stop. 1 second. Please wait for me to figure out what... Okay, hold on. I'm going to read this thing that Strat sent me. Okay. The other thing that's happening is that in September, it's Subtember, which you're gonna see all over the place, right? Hello, motherfucker. How are you doing, dearest Dorth? Welcome on in. So it runs from Friday the 28th of August, which is literally in 2 days. So that'll be like, what, in time for our Friday stream, I think, unless they're going off of America's time. But to the 1st of October. And let's see, you get discounted subs all month long. There's 25% off 1 month subs, 25% off of 3 month subs, and 30% off 6 month subs on web and on mobile. There's also bonus bits, actually during our 24-hour stream in that time period, September 12th at 10 a.m. PT to September 18th at 4 p.m. PT. Let me see. There's so much here to read. Sorry, hold on. Okay. Bonus gift subs apply only to new 1-month community gift subscription purchases of 5 or more. Bonus gift subs are granted to the community in the same tier as purchased. Okay, I think I've got it. I hope that was it. I cannot read like that much text. I'm so sorry. Okay, welcome on in, Sita. Welcome on in. How are ya? Appreciate you coming in. How are things? Do they have like a Magic the Gathering Persona 5? Is that a thing? Ossie! Hi, lovely Ossie Sunet. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak, dearest. I hope you're doing incredibly well. Welcome on in. The bowl of potion soup is Yu-Gi-Oh, I think. The regular poker card back is also Balatro, since it focuses on regular poker cards and particularly jokers. But wait, the potion soup is Yu-Gi-Oh? I thought the Yu-Gi-Oh one was the one with the swirlies. Let me see. Thank you for the technical breakdown. Sounds pretty touchy. You'll crush those lines though. Oh, thank you, Citizen Jessie. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. You're so lovely. Thank you. I hope so. The Americas is North and South America and Tuesday. Okay, yes, so I'll just say the Americas from now on. I won't say US. I'll say if you're in the Americas. Still Tuesday. It's like 10 p.m. on the East Coast. Okay, perfect. Excellent. You guys just mentioning, but I recently added an Animal Crossing Chrome extension, and that makes my typing sounds like Animal Crossing dialogue. It makes me smile. Cute. That's adorable. I love that. That's awesome. After Talk gets a decent way into Endwalker, I would like her to look at some of the card art in the deck. Oh, the Final Fantasy. The Final Fantasy MTG deck. That one. Or is it? Do they like introduce a card game or something in it? It is fantastic art. Just most of the cards contain various spoilers from different parts of the game. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. Oh, that would be so sad. What if I was a Magic the Gathering player and then I was like, I guess I'll start Final Fantasy 14, and then spoilers from playing my game, unrelated to the other game. Hi there, lovely Luna. Welcome on in. How are you? Forgot September is coming up so soon. It is coming up soon. They're doing Persona in Weiss Schwartz. What's that? I thought that you thought this swirly looked like potion soup. Now I don't know what you're looking at. Oh no, it's the one that looks like potion soup. You know, the one looks like potion soup. It looks like it's in a bowl. And it's got like a little blue whipped cream on the top. And then sparkles. Hold on. If you do another wait, can I gigantify your emotes on my channel? Let me see. Wait, maybe I can do that. Hold on. I have to find out what this is. 1 second. Okay, how do I do this? Okay, gigantify. Where is a save? Okay, cool, I found it. Wait, yeah, okay. Okay. Does it pop up on the screen? No, I need it to pop up on the screen. Fuck. It's okay, you can't. It's in a bowl, and there's sparkles in the bowl, and then blue whipped cream. That's Hearthstone? I thought it was a cooking mini game. What kind of Hearthstone is that? It's not the Hearthstone backing. It's the one that's not the Hearthstone backing. Nom. Thank you for the corn, Jet. There is no Persona Magic the Gathering releases yet that I know of. Oh, I hope they make some. Ah, that would be perfect to get Nathan to it. Is it the one that has 5 colored dots? Oh, let me see. Hold on, I'm watching. I think it looks like it has 4, but maybe it does have 5. There's like a white one at the top. I don't know if that's a glint. It goes, okay, hold on. It goes, wait, Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh, maybe it's Magic. Magic, I just thought Magic was a much more serious game than having a cute little bowl of pretty blue cream on the top. Hold on, I gotta go look at this. Okay, Magic the Gathering card back. Oh, why does it look like that? Why does it look like that? Why does it look like it's in a bowl? The thing at the top says Magic the Gathering? Oh, your perception of an oval as a bowl has confused me. Hold on. All right, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. We're gonna dissect this. No, fuck! I'm too. Oh my god, I have to. Okay, it comes after. Okay, it comes after the. All right, 1 second. Oh, fuck! I'm trying to take a screenshot, but it's not. I'm not fast enough. No! I wanna point it out to you, then you can understand why there's a bowl. Fuck me, dude. Hold on. Okay. All right, I got it. Okay. Okay. All right, hold on. I gotta show you. I've gotta show you this. Everyone has to see what I see. Maybe you guys can explain to me why it's not this, because I think it is a bowl of glowing soup. Hold on. This is important. I promise we'll play games in a second. I'm gonna call this MTG back in case I forget, which I probably will. Okay. Let us. This is important. Okay. All right. Here. Where is it? Where's my? Oh, it's tiny. Oh, that's why. Okay. This is my screenshot. Do you see the bowl? There is a bowl here. And then there's blue foam at the top. It looks like a little potion. This one is the one. This is cute. I haven't thought of Weiss Schwartz in a minute. I have to check out the Persona set. What is Weiss Schwartz? What is that? Lovely Luna, I'm so glad you're doing well, sweetie pie. I am doing so well. I'm so excited to see you guys today, as every day. Closest MTG has done to Persona, I suppose, is they did a Hatsune Miku crossover. What? Was she powerful? Was she a powerful card? I hope so. That is magic. Oh. Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you for the Valley Girl voice by Let's Go Bestie. Yeah, let's go. Thank you. Okay, so like it's not a bowl on the cards. The thing at the top says Magic the Gathering. Oh, that doesn't look like Magic the Gathering to me. I guess they only had 5 pixels to work with, but like OMG. Your perception of an oval as a bowl. I don't see an oval. It like cuts off at the top. That's why there's blue foam on the top. It's like a yummy little mix. Fabulous for Rasta. Hey babes, how are you doing? It's so good to see you. Top is Magic the Gathering. Bottom says Deck Master. Oh yes. Deck Master. Again, I do understand how pixel art works. I do understand. I'm just telling you that like I don't see it. That's takes. I see a bucket of bright blue popcorn. Yes! Thank you. I could see that too. I don't see Magic the Gathering. Explain it to us in bestie terms. Okay, bad. So like, at the top, we have like this super tasty blue Hawaiian flavor. My absolute favorite. Did you know blue Hawaiian is actually a real fruit? And then we have like some little fairy crystals that sprinkle out because I guess it's magic, right? So it sprinkles out of the blue Hawaiian yummies at the tippy top. And all those little dots are like little sugar crystals, right? Like little sprinkles. Yum. And it's just a boring bowl, but like what they're saying by this art piece is that like they really want to bring you into this world of like making the mundane magical. That should really be, you know, they should hire me. I will totally, they can have that tagline, but only if they pay me royalties. Making the mundane magical is such a Magic the Gathering kind of thing. Am I right? I'm so right. Yes, but let me see. I see blue ale. I see blue ale. I can see that too. The last thing I see is what it actually is, but I see blue popcorn. I see blue ale. I see blue cream on top of a mixing bowl that's got like sprinkles. I can sort of see what you see. Get more sleep health. But isn't this more fun? Yeah. Which one of her? Wait, one of who? Huh? The blue is just text. That looks like, okay, now if we zoom in here, let's have an even deeper interpretation. That definitely says math. That says M-A-T-H, math. I see math. I don't see MTG, I see math. Which, fun fact, they're also saying something by the fact that says math because you need math to like make good food. Just ask Lil Bit. I can't, okay, why can't, my anchor points are not working. I love that someone's giving me a sympathetic head pat. Thank you, Umbra. That's super chill up, yeah. Thank you, thank you. How are you doing, Umbra? I hope that work isn't as bad as we were afraid it was gonna be, Toby, you're after work. No worries, babes. It's such a pleasure to see you, Toby. Thank you so much for coming in. I hope you have a great day at work, and thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate you, babes. We'll see you soon, okay? BRB a minute. I am freezing. I need to find warmth. Of course, cutie cata, go get warm. You're not doing the best. Oh, Frostbite, I am so sorry, babes. I hope that you can, hopefully you can like take your mind off of it, or is it your knee? Is it the injury? Is that what's happening? Here to jump in and say hi while on break from work. Hope everything be going amazing. Yes, fams, it's been going great. We're just discussing the ins and outs of this bowl of soup, magical soup. Umbra uppies, good Umbra. Blue raspberry is so fake. Oh yeah, blue raspberry is what I meant to say, not blue Hawaiian, sorry. Blue raspberry, that's what I meant to say. I betcha this magic drink would get you like totally fucked up. Like, am I right, badge? Oh my god, for real, for real. There are multiple, oh, how did it make it? Oh, I wanna know about this shorts person. Math is blue/green. Math is blue/green? It looks blue to me. Math Math is for blockers. I don't know what that means. Good food. Like the baking I be doing tonight, I might know a thing or two. Hell yeah. Lovely Lil Bit is gonna be like my personal chef. Actually, you in tandem with Red Tempest, like you both are gonna come and live with me when I make a bajillion dollars by interpreting art like this. Timer is up. Thank you very much for the Valley Girl voice redeem, lovely life. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm sorry, not feeling well next. I hope you enjoy your lurk, sweetie. Okay, I'll take my, you know what? You don't deserve to see my magical mixture of blue raspberry. So I take it away. There is a blue card called Mathemagics from a set they released earlier this year. It makes the target player draw 2 to the power of math. And the blue-green cards from that set are all about doing math. is the difference between nerds and geeks. Nerds like pop culture stuff, right? Geeks are like big into math and science, is that right? I know there's a lot of crossover, but one of those parties scares me because I cannot participate in conversation with them, even to like the most minuscule amount, because their brain is so fucking big and mine is so that I cannot even 2 to the power of X. Oh, that's not even a number. Math is red, cyan is green, and English is blue. Oh, science is green and English is blue. Oh my God. I have made a visual guide and meme for your viewing pleasure. Oh, thank you. Okay, this is gonna explain everything. This will explain everything. Okay. Let me, oh my God. You're a lifesaver. That's amazing. Okay, you guys. Okay, it's true. All right, save, please. Do not blink. Wait, you have to blink before. I don't want you to like have infected eyes from not blinking. I'll tell you when you can't blink. You cannot miss this, okay? I have to show you. All right. Here is a live demonstration of the creation of the magic bowl, okay? The Magic the Gathering bowl, all right? Here's the Magic the Gathering card. We place it into a 3D, a three-dimensional, three times of the D's form, okay? Voila. Voila. Thank you. Thank you, sweetest Sir Jazzy. You have just connected minds that could not comprehend one another. We almost started another world war over this, but with your explanation and your delicate handling of this situation, I think we are all on the same page, right? That is, of course, that this is a bowl with magic in it. Right? We're on the same page. Good. It looks like a cake. A lovely little bit. Could make a banging cake out of that, I guarantee it. You can blink now, Sif. Something Tao would enjoy from the Weiss Schwartz cards are some cards are printed with the character's voice artist signatures. That's cool. Those are considered the most valuable to collectors. They'd be valuable to me too, just because I want autographs from cool people. Voila! Exactly. Sweetest Sir Jazzy, look at you go. You're the, we have Seru the art historian. We have Nyx the lore master. Sweetest Sir Jazzy, I think I am ready to bestow upon you the explainer title. You are the explainer of the pouch. I have a bumper sticker from the pre-release event for that set. Give me a sec. I'll post the pic in Discord. Yeah, please do. Let me see. Is it on here? Not yet. Oh, there it is. College of Quandrix. That's a fucking sick. I really like here. I really like the Kit Kat. I was gonna say the Kit Kat. That's a wolf. I like the wolf. Very cool wolf. Mathematics are mathemagic. I disagree with that, but listen, to each their own. I think mathematics are
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Thank you, Roddy, for the distraction. The wolf's name is Primo. Primo the wolf. That's a great name for a wolf. That's very cool. Mine not IRL. Maxie making his own way upstairs for her feed. I will have to have a look, sweetie pie. Quandrix, the blue-green color combo college is Strixhaven. That sounds like some place in WoW. Ronnie, thank you for contributing to the Community Games Challenge. And Daniel, you as well. Okay. We gotta go on a quick, wait, hold on. Save has written my new tags. English, VTuber, Cozy Chaos, Bowl Enthusiast. How many people do you think would come here by searching Bowl Enthusiast? And what if they were like, so Tao, what is your favorite pre-Pompeian bowl? And I'm like, Ooh, and then someone comes in and goes, hello, motherfucker. And I go, oh, hi. Wow, it's so convenient that you just shut up. Fractal Wolf, the primo Fractal Wolf. He is primo. He's super cute. That's such a cool card storm. I love that. That's awesome. That is so sick. Your favorite bowl is Magic the Gathering. That's true. My favorite bowl is Magic the Gathering. You gather the magic in the bowl. Big brain moves on their part. Like the fact that they thought up that when it's shrunk down and made into like a little pixelated form, that is gonna look like a bowl. And what do you do with bowls? You gather things. And so, since we put like lots of little magical things around it, it becomes Magic the Gathering in the bowl. Like, it's brilliant! Brilliant design! Viking Skull Bowl. Oh, dark. Could be cool. Gonna go put some magic in a bowl. Yes, Cutie Cloak, enjoy your magic in a bowl! You're saying you don't like the bowl found in the cave next to that painting of the deer being pursued by 5 cavemen? Huh, okay. Weird take. No, that's my second favorite one save. I actually, personally, I like the less popular ones, like the ones that were crushed under mammoth foot and then reassembled with gold. That's actually a really cool thing. What is that called? It's Japanese art. Of reassembling things with gold. It's called something. It's a really cool kintsugi. Kintsugi. Yeah, kintsugi mammoth feet balls are my favorite ones. What is this conversation? I don't know, but I love it. Anyway, Toby, I'm so glad I could give you some, well, actually, Save and Jazzy. I'm so glad that the community could give you some giggles while you're working. Radical Reborn, how are you? It's so good to see you. Sometimes mathematics leads to mathemagic. Other times, though, it can be matha-tragic. That's really good. That's really fucking good. I gotta remember that one, because too many people are like, oh, Tam, mathematics is like mathemagic. And then I'm like, ugh, but it's not, it's matha bullshit. And matha-tragic is way better response. Matha-tragic indeed. Oh, you redeemed a 5. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, lovely Luna, you totally did. Yes, I will activate after the first, the short break. I'm so sorry, lovely. Thank you so much for reminding me. My bad. Thank you for your patience and thank you for reminding me. Totally my bad. Thank you. I promise I will do that as soon as I get back. If you click the Wikipedia page, first example, bowl. Exactly! It's the bowl that got crushed under mammoth feet and reassembled using kintsugi. So it's not Super Bowl. How is becoming less American? It's not. No, it's not a Super Bowl. It's fine, no worries. Thank you, lovely Luna. I appreciate it. You guys, we do have to go on a quick break, and when we get back, we're gonna jump into Final Fantasy XIV. I forgot where we are, but we're gonna find out. Please make sure that you guys, oh, you put the bowl of magic in IRL pics. See? Now you tell me we're gonna play spot the difference. Right? There's no difference. It's just the angle, okay? It's just the angle. They're the same picture. No blue foam. That's okay. That's because Jazzy wanted us to see Cutie Cloak wanted us to see what was inside of the bowl this time, you know? These are the same picture. If you don't see that, I don't know what to tell you. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for getting your magic cards out and putting them in a bowl for the bit. That was very worth. That is an exceptional bit. Absolutely stellar. Well done. Well done. Points to you. Points to House Cloak. Bowls are the universal recommended deck holder by Wizards of the Coast. Hashtag blatant lies. You know, normally you would play that off like it's fact, but maybe, are you afraid? Save. Have we found your one true fear? Could it be you're afraid of the Magic the Gathering players? Could it be? Oh, Save, the fearless, the stoic. Shared Tau Fanart Riz. Oh, let me have a look. Oh, Talvika! Oh, you're doing... Oh my god, that's so fucking sick. You're drawing me as Mavwika. Hold on. I don't even know if I'm saying her name right, because Save said her name yesterday, and he definitely knows how to pronounce it, and it was not how I pronounce it, but, oh my god, please don't crash on me. OBS, why are you doing this? Okay, cool. Look! That's so fucking cool! Oh my god. Wow, look at all the detail in the outfit, man. Oh my god, Saru. That's so sick! I'm obsessed. I cannot wait to see this when it's all done, too. That's awesome! Let me see. Let me grab my Yu-Gi-Oh! Spell cards and a bowl to add to the bit. Yeah, do it! Everyone put your cards in a bowl. It's actually practical. If you get 2 bowls, you can shuffle by clamshelling them and shaking it around. For legal reasons, this is a joke. I can imagine that getting bent. Yeah, yeah, fair. I don't fear the players. I fear Wizards of the Coast. They sent Pinkertons after a YouTuber 3 years ago. I thought the Pinkertons... I thought we destroyed the Pinkertons. I thought that was something that we did when we were in the Old West on the computer. What? I didn't know Pinkertons are still around. What the fuck? Yay, Omnizipper! Yeah, I don't actually know. How does this go all the way around? I can't imagine this being super comfy. And oh, that would be so, the zipper is thick too. It'd be really cold if you don't have like a, oh yeah, I'm thinking on this too much. Many people didn't know they were still around. I didn't know they were still around. I thought that they got like back in like I knew they were around for longer than like Old West, but I thought that they weren't really in operation anymore as of like the 50s. That's crazy. I'm gonna make Save one too. Sick. Oh, I'm so excited to see that one too. Oh my gosh, that is so fucking sick. Okay, that's not really English that I wrote, but that's okay. It's excited. It's excited Taos. Is that the Mavwika outfit on Tao? I don't know if that's Tao. It is Tao! Hi, wonderful Whitechapel. How are you, sweetie pie? It's so good to see you. You guys, if you would like to go and see an absolutely outstanding pixel sprite artist, please check out the wonderful Whitechapel. All he does is listen to banger music and draw, well, is it drawing? I guess it's drawing, right? Technically it's drawing. Or pixeling? Is there a technical term for that? You know how like sculptors sculpt and then painters paint and then like illustrators draw. Is there a term for that? I'm curious. But go check out Wonderful Whitechapel. What a sweetie pie. Tremendously talented artist as well. And how are you doing? Why is there so much bowl lore? Do I need to write this down? It's okay, Toby. You're actually very lucky. You're here on opening bowl day. You're here on bowl day. Opening to bowl. Fuck. Okay. Nope. Anyway, it's okay. You're here on the ground floor. You don't have to write anything down. It would be really cold. She is the literal god of fire in the game. It's fine. She's warm. Okay, that's a good point. That's a fair point. But wouldn't that like rust the... Does she sweat? I'm just... No. Ugh. I'm gonna go put my bowl back in the cupboard now. Thank you so much, Cloak, for the live demonstration of why this is in fact a magical bowl of goodness. Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your sacrifice. Let me see. Arter's art. True, Arter's art. I say I'm dropping dots because that was pixels. That's what pixels are. Oh, I love that. You guys, if you want to go see someone fucking sick just dropping dots, aka making some really genuinely outstanding artwork, and also fantastic pixel animation, really awesome rendering, and making his own game as well. He's an indie dev, so please go check him out. And yeah, we love a Whitechapel here. Whitechapel's a fucking phenomenal sprite artist, pixel artist. It already looks so good, and it has liner. I know, isn't it so cool? Bowl opening day. Sweetest Sir Jesse, yes, that's it. Toby, you're here for bowl opening day. Congrats on being here for bowl opening day. All of the precious pals here at the moment are here for bowl opening day. Now everyone has to go and put cards in their bowls. Excellent. excellent decisions. Shen! Hi there, sweetest Shen. How are you? It's good to see you. You're back from the dead! We're so happy to see you. Welcome on back. Okay, you guys, I'm so sorry. I am, in fact, overdue for our break, and we gotta move on over to Final Fantasy XIV. So, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom as long as this is also your meds around in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'll see you in just 3 minutes. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah! Engage? I'm talking to you. I'm speaking directly to you, Engage. I'm moving through the screen. I am moving through the screen into your ear holes. Here I come. Here I come. Hi, Engage. How are you? I look like some kind of bizarre mosaic. Hi. I'm so glad you like the emojis. Engage. I'm speaking to... Whoa. Wow. Wow. Someone throw fish? Don't you dare. Don't you. Ah! Everyone, back to your positions! Hi, Sam! Oh, God! Gigantify the Tau, I see! Hi, sweetest Save! How are you? Oh, my... I am moving through the screen into your ear holes. Here I come. Here I come. Hi, Engage. How are you? I look like some kind of bizarre mosaic. Hi. I'm so glad you like the emojis. Engage. I'm speaking to... Whoa. Wow. Let me see. I actually haven't noticed a helicopter in quite some time as well, but I thought it was a funny joke. It is a funny joke. I can't believe, do I need to? No, okay. No. Okay, I give up. There you go. Now you got a Roblox channel. Woohoo! Lab definitely doesn't play Roblox. No.
Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Engage? I'm talking to you. I'm speaking directly to you, Engage. I'm moving through the screen. I am moving through the screen into your ear holes. Here I come. Here I come. Hi, Engage. How it says left joystick, doesn't it? Isn't that what it says? Oh. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Fucking where are you going? Oh my god. I'm crying. Love it. Fuck. That was really funny.
Hiya.
Doing well. Hope you're also doing good. I'm doing good. It says left.
Still enjoying the granola that I set up for myself like
Isn't that what it says?
an hour and a half ago. How long is granola good to just stand out there? You know?
Oh.
Got like berries and yogurt and stuff.
Never mind. Never
Is anybody
mind.
else weird like me and really likes their
going?
granola being like soggy? I don't like the crunchy
I
kind.
look like some kind of bizarre.
It's my favorite way to have it.
Hi.
Okay.
I'm so glad you like the emojis. Engage. Speaking to... Whoa. Wow. Hello. Hello, my cutie pals. Now, I did not forget. I will talk like this, it will. For you, whether we win, I hope you enjoy your will. Amazing Aussie, it will. Abby's for you, it will. Abby's for you, will. Thank you, Aussie. Whether we white, welcome back, it will. Sweet Sally, welcome. Convince me to play Genshin again, Sally will. Save can do that. Save makes Genshin look very cool. Very, very cool, it will. It will. Will. Cutie Quokka will. Abby's and whether we waver will. Some Abby's for you will. Wow, will. How are you doing, whether we wav? Okay. We were gonna talk to this Vav storyteller will. I don't think he will be voiced to will, but who knows he will? Who knows he will? He's not voiced to will. Okay, he gets this will voiced anyway. Oh, I also forgot to will. Here we go. You probably need to defeat things, will. Great hunters, will. We welcome you once more to Waf Asavaf. What do you seek this day, will? We seek a man, will. A man with whom we are told you may have had certain dealings, will. How curious, will. The hunters tire of godly sport and pursue more to play with. Perfect voice, you will. Safe. Did you know the Genshin now features hundreds of hours of free story, you will? Don't play if you have a gambling addiction, you will. Gotta get some lunch and put food in the car. It will. Okay, enjoy, you will. No. He is not prey, but a friend long missing, you will. Good, you will. He is a friend to the Vaff as well. One with whom we have traded many times, you will. Truly? Oh, you was quite certain it was this man, you will. There is no doubt. The first swing clothed in skins came to us, you will, from some owl, wasp, and weak. He offered meats and hides in trade, and in exchange we tended to his wounds. He brought us much flesh. So skilled a hunter he was, you will. Much flesh. When he asked for garments, you will, we were glad to provide them, you will. And where is he now, will? Gone to Wafas Nath, not long ago, when he heard the One Mind had summoned our god once more. Lavana is returned, you will? I think that was supposed to be a big reveal, and I fucked it, you will. Bidofner did say that the Nath had grown as before, but what could Fanquit hope to accomplish by himself, you will? Honored Elder, we thank you for your help. Would that we could repay this kindness ere we part, will, but we must hasten to our comrade's side, will. So, great hunters, lest them not claim him as a sacrifice. Mama! Hi, Mama, will. How are you doing, will? Good to see you, will. Hi, Goody Quokka, will. Party time, will. All right, let's see. Where do we go? A little slow, a little late. Where do we got to go? We have to head that general direction. Can I fly? No, I can't. Oh, it's free! Hi, Wubbly White. Hi, Wubbly White. How are you, Will? Thank you, Woo. Thank you, Woo, for the, Thank you for the wide Woo. You are too kind, Woo. Too kind, too kind. Oh, I'm not. Wait, I will. Invite you, Will. I must arrive to this spot, woo-woo. It's a full car, woo-woo. Timer's up! I'll give you just a little bit longer though, lovely Luna, because you were so incredibly patient. Thank you for your amazing patience. Woo-woo. Convince me, funny Hopstone Yoda man. Save, are you Yoda, Uwu? Granola. Oh, man. Hi, man. Hello. That is Save's way of saying he is in fact Yoda. It's time for your hugs, you guys. Thank you for the 5 hugs, you will. Mate, it's so good to see you. I don't see you as much anymore because I think we... Is it because we switched our schedule? Is that right?
Lizard.
Lurking for a bit, but we'll turn. All good, sweetest.
Lizard.
Enjoy your lurk, sweetie pie. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Lizard! Fuck. I hug with heels. Aw, thank you for the heel hugs. I appreciate that. Also, lovely Ronnie, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. If I missed that, I'm not sure. God, I really do have the worst memory, don't I? I got unicorn. Nay! I think that the volume may be a little bit high on here, sorry. Oh, they're dead. Dead. All right, precious pals, storm the keep! Oh. Oh, I'm on vacation this week, so I'm not at work like I normally am. Oh, that's amazing. I'm so happy to have you back, mate. I hope you're having a great time off, hun. And thank you so much for joining us. I was like, oh, I haven't got to see you forever.
Thancred. It could be Thancred. We must hurry.
Ow. Oh, that's a very brief cutscene. Oh, never mind. What? Hold up. Sorry, I just got a push notification from Battle.net. They're publishing the remaster of The Witcher? I kind of just assumed that it was going to be on Steam again. Is it on Steam and Battle.net? What the fuck? My lovely Renata, how are you, sweetie? Hypnotic powers! Thank you for my yummy catnip feet. How are you, sweetheart? Don't fire me from a trebuchet at the key! I would never beat a storm. I would never. Why is Battle.net publishing Witcher? I'm glad you're doing well, lovely Renata. What you been up to, sweetie? Done some more artwork?
This day, we reclaim the reins of history. This day, we rid ourselves of the Ascians forever.
Fools playing at heroes, all of you. Is this how you believe you can save your world?
We can and we will, Ascian. You shall see. Or perhaps you will not.
Interesting.
So
Taking
you are
Storm
the
the Keep
warrior
literally.
of light.
Oh, got it. Oh, so I finally
savior
get
of
to meet the
Eorzea.
guy from the trailers. Or was that what you meant? That's John Final Fantasy. With...
It's a wonder you didn't come sooner, what with the primal and all. Lost a step, have we?
Wow, judgmental?
Have care. The ether moves strangely around him.
It would seem we share a common enemy. Mayhap you would tell us who you are.
Shall we show them?
Mm. Oh! Why are they evil? Woo! Woo! Why evil? Who? The fuck? Who's up Fanart? Nope. Whoa, he looks different. Who is that? Hey, it's that one guy. I'm realizing new context from seeing this stuff again. This is interesting. Wait, no, that is Fanart. He's got the... Wow, he's changed a lot. He's way hotter now. Got the tattoo, right? That's gotta be him. It's Dad Cred. Oh, Dad Cred! Dad Cred's... I like Dad. I like Dad Cred more than regular one. Twinkie Fanart has nothing on Dad Cred. Why is that man evil? He's supposed to be a good guy. Why is he bullying me?
Not very sporting of you to interrupt. But so be it.
Why are you dickhead?
Mark well our faces, warrior of light. For we are the warriors of darkness.
Oh.
Walkers of a different path. And we shall meet again.
Oh. They're the warriors of darkness. I remember someone mentioning that last time. Well, that sucks. They look a lot like the warriors of light from our trailers. So that's very confusing.
Warriors of darkness? Really?
Couldn't get much more creative than that.
Thancred! Are you all right?
As Thancred's depression gets worse, he gets hotter. Coincidence? I think not.
Pleasantries can
No.
wait. I'd rather not be here when the Nath arrive. Agreed?
Wow, he sounds different too. He's so much less cocky and slightly douchey. This is the point where they decided to make Thancred more of a grizzled war vet type character and less a Twinkie playboy. I do like that. I do appreciate that a little bit more. I'm not a big Twinkie playboy fan. I do like Twinks, but I don't like the playboy. I didn't like Thancred that much. I was like, oh, I forgot about that guy. I forgot about that guy. I forgot about that guy. He was one of the first characters you meet. I forgot about that guy. I like your Ruby cosplay. Very cool. Ooh! Ooh! What's up? Oh, it's my gun breaker! I can't use it yet though. It's for level 80. Do you want me to have it anyway? Are you sure?
That's so cool. Yes? Aw, thank you. That's super cool. I want to see it. Hold on. How do I... Hold on, I forgot how to do this. Okay. Can I try this on? Oh, that's so sick! Whoa! Oh, that's so pretty. That's so cool. Does it do the glowy thing? When you do the... Whoa! Pretty! Oh, that's so cool! Look at it go whoosh! Oh, pretty! Oh, it's so shiny. Oh, it's so sick. Thank you so much, lovely life. That's awesome. Oh, that's so cool. That's really pretty. That's wild. It's so pretty, isn't it? Wait, that's not the one. Wait, what? I thought that was the one. Hold on, was that not? Oh, that was Gunblade with Route. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Wait, where is it? Where does it go? I thought it was the, is that not the? Wait, I have too many things in here. How do I tell? Is it in the inventory still? Do I have to put it in the, where is it? Ah, where is it? Do I have to put it in the, it's higher level? Oh, so it's not highlighted. Oh, I see. Okay. Is it this one? Oh, mana trigger. This one? I think it said mana trigger, right? Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh my god, the wings! Whoa! Oh my god, with the butterflies? What the fuck? That's amazing! On the bubbles! And the bubbles! Oh my god, look at the, oh, that's so cool! Look at the little wings, they're so shiny on the hill. Oh, what? This is awesome! Hold on, I'm in the way. I gotta turn this around. Holy fucking cool! Oh my gosh! The wings are so cool. Oh, I love that. It almost looks like a. It almost looks like a miniature like insect glaive. Like it almost looks like it's made out of an animal. That's so cool. Okay, is this the right one? I think this is the right one. You need to clean your armory chest. I don't know how. That seems boring to watch. That's so cool looking. Wow, look at the little like filaments. That's awesome. Yeah, butterflies are flying around it too. That's so sick. That's awesome. Light. Holy shit, thank you so much. My gunblade is 84. I want to get it to 90 before starting Dawn Trail. That's a good idea. Are butterflies flying around? But life is leeching my energy. This is the first time I've logged in a weekish. That's fair, cutie cloak. I think you should just do the things that make you feel the most relaxed, to be honest, in this world. And if you're not feeling gaming right now, then that's okay. You can feel something else and then come back to gaming when you're feeling it. That is so sick. I really love this. This is awesome. Thank you so much, Light! That is beautiful. Wowzers. That is amazing. Wow, that is so cool. Okay, now I gotta get to level 80 in Gunblade so I can have it. G-posing is the end game, and I've watched you do that. Oh, yay! I would have to learn how to do it first, I think. I have no idea how to G-post. I mean, like, I know / G-post, but like, I don't know. I feel you've got to do really cool stuff. Thank you so much, Light. That is a beautiful weapon. Drag stuff out of your armory chest and click yes when asked if you want to destroy it. Okay. Discard unique / untradeable item. I guess anything that's under my level, I can probably get rid of, right? 50. I spent like 500k gil between the 2 glams I put together this month. Damn. This is 60. What's my...
Sunbreaker at 66. And you guys have already given me a better one than this, right? I don't want to get rid of anything that's blue. 64. Maybe I'll just make a little bit of room. I don't want to accidentally discard something you guys have given me, you know? That's fine. Now there's room. You should be able to right click and hit sort, and it should sort by class and then eye level. Oh, that's cool. Right click. Or not. Hold on. Wait. Oh, no. I have like level 24 stuff in here, so I can get rid of that. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can. I'm not able to right click and sort. I'm not sure if it's green or blue. You can go to the Grand Company and trade it in for seals. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Ooh, I would like some seals. Look, I made some room. Woohoo! There's like a whole row there. Yay! Okay, I've cleaned it. Aren't you happy now? Right click on any item and then click sort. Oh. Oh, sorry, I was pressing outside of the box. I should keep my hatchet, right? Because I want to have a hatchet for when I do any gathering, if I ever do any gathering. Yeah, I'll save the greens and blue ones for the trade-in. High steel gunblade. Should I get rid of that one? Is the gathering you do magic? Ah, yes! It is magic, the gathering. The little white mark at the bottom right of the hatchet tells you it's part of a set. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to get rid of anything you guys have made for me. Either. I can probably get rid of this one. And 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 this one. Okay, I cleaned it. Yeah, I cleaned my room, Mom. Are you happy, Liz? After the recent glam changes, you can glamour a higher level weapon. So if you switch to your Dark Knight, you can actually glamour that level 80 weapon. Oh, that's cool. I am happy for you. Thank you, Liz. If you like how it looks, you can always turn it into a glam. But isn't it also like genuinely a really good weapon? Don't we want to like maybe keep it for when I get to actually? Oh, that's right. I have such a cool outfit thanks to you. Don't I want to like? It's a good weapon, isn't it? I would not want to do that without. It is a really cool weapon though. But yeah, wouldn't it? Isn't it gunblade? Oh yeah, that's okay. I know what you meant. Yeah, I don't want to turn it into a glam if it's also a good weapon. You can? I thought glamming something made it like, I thought it destroyed it. You can glam stuff outside of the dresser, like that way that you told me last time.
You can get gear that carries you 5 to 7 levels at each multiple of 10, starting at 50. Right click and say cast glamour. And then you can use anything in your inventory as a glam piece. Is this what I have equipped? It is really cool. Hold on. Yeah, okay. I got this steel gunblade. It would be good, but it's trivial to get even better. Okay, well, I mean, I do think that thing looks fucking amazing, so, I guess I can put it on the steel gunblade, right? And then does it still stick around, and then I can re-glamour something else with it? You want to right-click the weapon you're currently using? Do you like how I'll cast glamour on that one, and then do that one, like that? And because you guys are so generous with the glamour prisms, I can do it 238 more times! Boom! That's so cool! Oh my god, that's fucking amazing looking, dude. That is so sick. That is so fucking cool! I got butterflies, baby! I got butterflies! That's so sick! Thank you so much, Lovely Light, for the gorgeous new gunblade, and thank you to Lovely Lith, Magnificent Maid, and Cutie Cloak for helping me cast good glamour. Anything you put in the glamour dresser can be pulled out. Okay. I, for some reason, thought that it... I thought that it said that you couldn't pull things out, or like you can't... Maybe it's just saying like, oh, warning, you can't use this once it's in... Like, if it's in here or something? I don't know. I only have 49 glam prisms, but I can get more myself. I give you some if you want, Cutie Cloak. I'm sure the pals didn't mind. Pals supports pals. All right. Bankran. Hi, buddy boy. I'll be okay if you're sure, sweet.
Suffice it to say, our reunion was not at all as I pictured it. Waiting until the last instant to join the fray. 'Tis plain you have not lost your appetite for the dramatic.
My appetite for the dramatic? Have you forgotten the circumstances of our parting? The heroic last stand, the tunnel filling with light.
Is this the same voice actor?
Had I known you intended to use forbidden magics to deliver me to some god's forsaken wilderness, I would have thanked you in advance.
Thancred.
Nubia, I was gonna
If
say.
nothing else, you might have warned me that I would emerge from the live stream in the altogether. Eventually, I managed to fashion knives from some obsidian I found, and set about hunting for meat and hides. Given that I'm not all that skilled in leatherworking, it's probably for the best that I met the Vath before I was reunited with you.
TauTassieTiger. I'm really bad at it though, but now I have a cool weapon, so I have to do it.
So you were the fleshling clothed in skins of whom the storyteller spoke?
A description which fit me as ill as the skins themselves. Happily, I was able to trade with the Vath for garments better becoming a man of refinement. From them, I learned of Ravana, and of the great warrior who had once laid him low.
Dustin. Conveniently placed Nutkin. Conveniently named Nutkin.
And thence did you conclude that were you to track the Primal's movements, it would surely bring you into contact with the Scions once more.
That's so true, Aaron. You're right. You're right.
It seemed a reasonable assumption. I could think of no one else with your enthusiasm for slaying beastmen gods. Until now, that is.
Jazzy, fact.
Ah, yes. The self-proclaimed warriors of darkness. 'Tis only fitting that they stand in opposition to the warrior of light, I suppose.
I glimpsed the leaders past, if only for a moment. They were confronting a man in black. An Ascian, I think.
That's actually what the cute little critter's called. Yeah, I just think it's really convenient that they're called that as well for
are
the
capable
position
of
they
doing battle
put
with
them in.
Ascians and Primals both, they must be possessed of powerful protection. Protection not unlike the Echo.
I want to see your nutkin. They're cute. It stands on your shoulder? That's so cute. How you doing, Erin? Welcome on in. How are you doing? Oh, better. Blessed with the power of the Echo and driven to put down primals. Despite his declaration that they walk a different path, I struggle to see how their goals conflict with ours. Nor is that the only oddity. I find it passing strange that such exceptional individuals should have wholly escaped our notice until just now. Surely we would have heard rumors and attempted to recruit them to our cause. I recall no such adventures, and I would not soon forget their like. Nor would any of us, I think. One of our primary duties was to scour the city-states for promising candidates, which is how Thancred found Tau. Ah, the memories. It seems like only yesterday that you slew your first primal. Speaking of which, I had the distinct impression that it was not the first time the band of merry men and women had killed a god. I labor to believe that a band of preternaturally gifted adventurers had been traveling the land slaying primals without our knowledge. Would simply imply gross negligence on our part. Speculation will avail us not. There is far too much we do not know. For the present, we must needs concentrate on what we do know, namely that Lord Ravana is no more. Vidofnir must be informed, and the news may render her more receptive to Sir Americ's invitation. Since you seem to have affairs here well in hand, I shall take my leave. Simply being in the vicinity of this colony is giving me a stinking headache. Finish! Hi there, fabulous Finish. Welcome on in, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. My Warrior of Light has a red panda that hangs off the shoulder as the chosen minion right now. Cute Storm Talon, I love. So good. Ready for Evercold? Charlie and I just got to Shadowbringers for her first time. Oh, that's awesome, Erin. Oh, that's so exciting. Are you guys, like, playing, like, 50 hours a week? Holy crap, Precious Porra. Thank you so much for the 65 stream stick. Thank you, lovely. All right. If you have need of me, I shall be with Master Matoya. I would beg her assistance with the search for Menphelia. I hope you have a great journey. Thank you so much, fabulous Finish. I super appreciate it. So far, so good. Our goal with this is, I started from level 1 in A Realm Reborn, and I want to play through every single main story quest, and probably all of Hildebrand, as well. But yeah, that's what we're up to. If you would like to join us for the journey, you're welcome to. We have a light party of precious pals. That's you now. You're a precious pal. You're part of the pouch pals. Yeah, you would be welcome to. Alternatively, you can just vibe in chat, and I appreciate the support and the follow. Thank you, lovely. Wait. Menphelia's missing? I thought she escaped with Tau! I shall explain on the road. Much has happened in your absence. I just got seriously spooked. I saw this. I saw 4:15 p.m. I'm like, it is not 4:15 p.m. No, it's 12:37 p.m. Thank you for the head pat, lovely light. Thank you. All right, we're back at Annex Shrine. Wow, cool, Nessie. Cool Nessie. I like this Nessie. It's not in the water. Oh, sorry, we gotta go up, huh? The stairs are full here. I wish you could have a permanent song chosen, because I love this song. All right, Vidofnir. I had not thought to see thee again so soon, mortal. If thou seekest the night, know that she hath long since departed for Ishgard. My thanks, Vidofnir, but it was not for her that we came. We bring good tidings for you and yours. Lord Ravana, who had been summoned by the Nath, has again been laid low. Truly, once more you mortals have succeeded where mine own kind did fail. You have our deepest thanks. Would that we would be able to take the credit. The god fell by another's hand. Another? Revelation upon revelation. Regardless, it is cause for celebration. The Nath will have no choice but to withdraw. But to another matter. I have tidings for thee as well. Regarding the Ishgardians' invitation. As promised, I brought the matter to my sire. Hearken to his answer now. For 1,000 years have I mourned my beloved, who gave her life to forge a peace thy king betrayed. Such was my lot, until a child of Ishgard came unto me. For want of warmth she wrapped herself in a dream. Yet the world will remember her deeds. For truth, she fought. For justice, she sinned. For redemption, she sacrificed and became as light. To follow one's heart, to have faith in one's convictions, be it for will or be it for woe. Such is the folly and the glory of man and of dragon. He hath entrusted the choice to us, and we have made it. We will keep faith with you who walk in the light. Then you accept Sir Amaric's invitation? Let it be known that I, Vidofnir, shall journey unto Ishgard on behalf of my people. We are honored to receive your answer, and will convey your words to our allies without delay. We're making lots of friends with dragons, what do you know? It is happening, Isael. Would that you were here to see it. Aww. How keeps not beholding my nutkin on my shoulder? Oh shoot, I'm sorry, Cutie Cloak. I will do it right now. Meep. Hi, Cutie Caution. How are you? Oh, hold on, I can't do it yet. I've gotta watch the cutscene.
Even as the Scions celebrated the return of a long-lost friend, honorable men plotted to deprive them of another.
Uh-oh. Oh no! Not Sir Amaric.
Honorable men, to whom Sir Emeric was no hero, but a scheming patricide.
Oh! No! No! That's a big fucking knife, too!
Honorable men, who would fain wash the paving stones of foundation with the tyrant's blood.
No!
Honorable men, whose knife in the dark was the spark which set the city aflame, and who sang as it burned.
You can't take Hoshafont and then take Amaranth. It's literally illegal. Arrest these people! No more Square Enix bad! Fuck! I hope he's okay. I'm worried he's not, but I hope he's okay. I mean, we live in a magical world, right? Surely he's gonna be able to get some help from a mage or something. Right? Surely. Time for a nice relaxing break, hey? You can die. Everyone really likes you. What a way to put that. You can die. Everyone really likes you. Okay, I will watch your Nutkin. Let's watch the Nutkin. Oh my god, that's so cute. Ooh, oh, it's so cute. Oh, you can't die. Everyone really, well, see, Light, what's really funny is that's I think you can die. Everyone really likes you is exactly how Square Enix seems to feel, at least since Hoshafont. Oh my god, the Nutkin is like a quarter of the size of the pup, and it's so cute. Get up on Cutie Cloak's shoulder. That's so cute with the fluffy tail. Get up there! Get up there! If you beckon to it, it gets up there. Oh my god, it's so cute! That is adorable. It looks like it's nuzzling you. It's gigantic compared to your face. I didn't realize how big it was. That's so cute. Oh, I love him. What a shiny little nut he's got. Oh, he's a little baby. Look at the baby. His little face. That's so cute. Okay, I have beheld, and I am impressed. He's so adorable. Thank you for showing me Cutie Cloak. I appreciate it. He is cute. Okay, we gotta go back to Foundation, and I'm gonna go decapitate that dude. If our boy is dead, I'm gonna freak out, dude. I love Amric. He's great. Such a good dude. Such a good dude. I like Jazzy's. Oh boy, time for a nice relaxing break, huh? It actually is, unfortunately, but we will do that in just a moment. I just want to get over here, and then we'll go on that quick 3-minute break, and then we'll come on back and we'll see what happened to Amric, who better still be fucking alive. Why doesn't he have more fucking security? Seriously, understandable, right? It's okay. I'll take care of revengeance. You're back from Fruit and Coffee. Welcome back, Lilith. We're just about to go on a quick break. Please make sure that you guys hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. We are only going to be gone for about 3 minutes. It's just something that I do so that if you do not wish to subscribe or you can't afford to, you don't have to worry about missing content. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run those ads, and then we come on back and make more content together. So, I will see you guys in 3. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. We're gonna go make sure that Amric's totally fine. Totally fine. Everything's fine. He's definitely totally fine. He's nothing bad is gonna happen. Nothing ever is gonna happen to him. He's too good of a guy. He's gonna be totally fine. I'm willing it in the universe. He's totally fine. See you in 3. Engage? I'm talking to you. I'm speaking directly to you, Engage. I'm moving through the screen. I am moving through the screen into your ear holes. Here I come. Here I come. Hi, Engage. How are you? I look like some kind of bizarre mosaic. Hi. I'm so glad you like the emojis. Engage. I'm speaking to. Whoa. Wow. Someone throw fish? Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Everyone back to your positions. Hi, Sam. Oh god, Gigantify the Tau, I see. Hi, I come. Here I come. Hi, Engage. How are you? I look like some kind of a bizarre mosaic. Hi. I'm so glad you like the emojis. Engage. I'm speaking to. Whoa. Wow. 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 Oh my god. I'm crying a little bit. Fuck, that was really funny. Read it! If you get stuck, press tab and check for trees. Oh. Ah!
Remember, Tal, you call the shot.
Let me see. I actually haven't noticed a helicopter in quite some time as well, but I thought it was a funny joke. It is a funny joke. I can't believe, do I need to? No, okay. Ah! Ah! Nope. Ah! Okay, I give up. Engage? I'm talking to you. I'm speaking directly to you, Engage. I'm moving through the screen. I am moving through the screen into your ear holes. Here I come. Here I come. Hi, Engage. How are you? I look like some kind of bizarre mosaic. Hi. I'm so glad you like the emojis. But we are not done with it, if that makes sense. Damn, it's late. Should be getting home. Cowder's been eating a ton lately after cram school. He'll probably have to have another growth spurt soon. Anyway, I'm closing up for today, and you should head home too. I feel like helping you with
Hello, my darlings, and welcome back. All right, so we are all in agreement, right? Amaric is not dead. He is not fucking dead, right? Right.
Apologies, Japan.
I'll let you guys finish your words, and then we'll head back over.
Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. Suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki.
Surprise communism. Well done on your boss too. At the same time. Excellent work. What quest are you on? We are on Speak with Alphanaut in Foundation, Dreams of the Lost. Obvious for you, I see hands? Hold on, I gotta replug them in 1 second. Welcome back, lovely luck. Okay. Appies for you, Ozzy. Good Ozzy. Lovely look. Appies. Good look. Still in 3.1? Still in 3.1. Right. Let us not keep Sir Amaric waiting. Are you quite well, Thancred? Yes, quite well. Forgive me. You have given me rather a lot to digest. This whole affair with these Guardians and the Dravanians and our friends. Nowhere to be found. 'Twould seem there is no end to our troubles. We can but face them head-on, one at a time. For now, we must apply ourselves to our allotted tasks and leave the others to theirs. Remember, Thancred, we found you as they found me. In time, we will find Ida and Papalimo and Minfilia as well. These troubles will soon be but a memory, one which we will look back on together. Oh, pray do not misunderstand. I did not mean to imply that it would be otherwise. I merely wish that I had rejoined our grand adventure at one of its more triumphal moments. Despite your recent accomplishments, the mood here is less than celebratory. But I have no doubt that we will enjoy many more glorious victories soon enough. and you may rest assured that I will play my part in them to the very hilt.
I know you will. So then, to the congregation. Resident! Hello there, how you doing, Precious Plaid? It's great to see you. Come on in. How are you doing? And Cutie Cat. Welcome back. Up is that. Hey, good Cutie Cat. How are you? Amric just got shanked. He did. He did. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I should probably put, there we go. All right. Let's see here. Forgotten Night. Am I lazy enough to teleport there? No. Yes, but no. Ironically, I'm too lazy to go back over to Foundation's Aetherite. So I'm like, I guess I'll just run over. Uh-oh, break the news. You have returned. In this, at least, the fates are kind. Greetings, First Commander. It pleases me to inform you that Vidofnir has accepted Sir Amaric's invitation. She has! These are glad tidings indeed. Uh-oh. Would that the Lord Commander were here to hear them. No! No! What? Surely there's a fucking mage on call that would be able to deal with a stab wound, bruh! Hi there, Magnificent Marley. Welcome on in. How are you? Fuck. Is he otherwise engaged? Aye. Sleeping off a knife to the gut. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, this is the question! This is the question! What? What happened? Will he live? Oh god, Chirurgians? Chirurgians, is that how you pronounce that? You guys have taught me this 3 times now. The Chirurgians tell me he will make a full recovery. Thank God. Oh my God. I was like, don't let Amber die. No. I'm wonderful tonight. Thank you. How are you all doing? Great, lovely resident. Thank you for asking. I'm so glad you're doing so well. It's great to see you. But had Lord Emmon and Lord Otorion not been on hand when the assassin struck, he would not have been so fortunate. For a mercy, they subdued the fiend before he could land the telling blow. The attack was just in the beginning, though. Not long after, buildings all around the city, including several of ours, burst into flame. Bastards caught us completely by surprise. We've been dousing the fires, but every one we put out, it seems like 2 more start up. Casualties are mounting, especially in the Broom. 'Tis plain these fires were started by the assassin's conspirators. Until they have been rounded up, there will be no end to this. Will you help us find them? Then let us be about it. I'll kill them all. Thank you for the care package, Elsie. It's great to be here. Yay! Wait, Merle, you got a concussion? What? Are you okay? What happened? Other than that, pretty great. I mean, yikes. Have you gotten to the point where a guy rushes into the room and stabs Amric 47 times in the chest till he dies? This is a joke. Yeah, I was very concerned about, his actual dying. Valis! Hi, Valley Valis. Welcome on in. How are you doing? How is our cutie Pocky doing? The flames are spreading. We must needs begin our investigation immediately. Witnesses must be found. Suspects must be identified. Have you been able to determine the precise locations where the fires were set? Mayhap there is a pattern. If there is, we have yet to discern it. Fires have been reported throughout the city in both the Pillars and Foundation. Indeed, given the size of the area affected, I think it best to divide our forces. Master Alphanol, Mistress Ishtola, I would have you take charge of the investigation in Foundation. As you wish. Mayhap Tataru can be of assistance as well. Mainan, Tao, and me get the Pillars. They like me up there. Only question is, will the grizzled old rogues strike and oppose over there be joining us? Thancred, the scions of the 7th Dawn. And may I say what a pleasure it is to meet you too, my lady. Oh, don't even try, buddy. Yeah, I bet. The name's Hilda. A scion, eh? And
there I was, thinking I'd found a fella ruffian amongst all these illustrious personages. I will remain here to coordinate the fire-quenching effort. If you learn aught of value, pray inform me immediately. That's all. Itami! Hi, lovely Itami, how are you? It's good to see you. While we could begin by sifting through charred rubble and questioning random passerbys, in my experience, every town has at least one individual who can be counted on to know things he or she should not. Strange accident with a chair, my brother, and 2 cats. I lived though, so victory is mine. I hope you all lived, Merly. But do you need to go to the doctor? Have you gone to the doctor? I wonder if the guy who stabbed him was secretly a llama wearing a hat. He's 7 nutkins stacked on top of each other. I'm doing well, just got home from a WNBA game. Pocket seems to be enjoying Metaphor Fantasio. I haven't been in the stream much since I haven't been home. That is fair, lovely fellas. How was your WNBA game? Did your team win? Done with games for tonight. Yay, now I get to vibe and watch you. I'm so happy to have you, sweetest space cat. How was your gaming? Hi, yo, hi, Tao. I am doing okay. Slight headache, but bearable. Oh, I'm sorry you got a headache, sweetie, but I'm glad that it's bearable at least. I'm good. I'm good. I'm very good. Thank you for asking. Excuse me. Oh, I. The infamous Lord of Melanlane. Oh, God, I hate this name. Amanalane. Amanalane. The Fortin, lover of women and wine. Though neither care for him that much. They say he could gossip for his cat. Just the sort of fellow I had in mind. Capital suggestion, Tao. He'll be at the Crozier, most like, making an effort to be seen. Let's go and see him. Request permission to screw at the top of the lungs until oxygen runs out? No, please don't do that. What's going on that makes you want to do that, though, sweetie? They did? It's a miracle! They've been so bad this season. Oh, but that's sick that you actually got to go to the game where they fucking aced it. That's sick. It was fun. I'm happy to hear it, lovely space cat. Grizzled, I will accept, but old. Your brain is upset. Oh, Cloak, I'm sorry your brain is upset. I hope your brain decides to not be upset pretty soon. Love the commitment to acting the characters. We'll tune in again once I have more time. Keep up the great work. Aw, thanks, Ed. I appreciate it. I do like voice acting any characters that are like unvoiced, any dialogue that is unvoiced. But I often forget. There's so many fucking characters in this game. I forget what voices I use. So you might come in next time and it'll be a different voice for the other characters. But that's okay. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Thank you so much for dropping in. I appreciate it. Hopefully we will have the pleasure of your company again in the near future. I actually came from the doctor and was hit by a folding chair. What? So 2 hospital trips in 1 day. No cats were injured and I'm still in good mood. Holy shit, you are strong, Hud. You are strong, Merly. Hit by a folding chair. Did someone do the whole, give up the chair? Why would they do that to you though? You're a sweetie pie. I can't imagine. I cannot imagine. A piece for you, Daniel. Daniel. Doesn't matter as long as you're having fun is the most important part. Oh, thank you, sweetie. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I'm having a great time with this game. I really like this. And it's fun to be able to spend some time with the precious pals. Once again, the Warrior of Light needs ankle replacements. Once again. I am coming to you once again. Well, if it isn't Tao, dearest of all my friends. Is Emma the bitch guy? Do we not like him? Do we like his brother more? Is that right? Final Fantasy 14 Online! Hi, Ro! Radical Romani's Art Online. How are you, beautiful? It's so good to see you. You guys, another wonderful artist who has just popped in here, the fabulous Romanis. If you are a fan of some insanely beautiful art, then you definitely want to go check her out. She and her sister are awesome. They are actually twins, IRL, but they're also twin android mermaids. Very cool. It's kind of cool that one character can have multiple accents, but it depends on Tao's forgetfulness. That is true. Yeah, you never know what you're gonna get. Big stretch, it's true. How was your streaming this morning? I saw you working. I was watching for a bit.
At least you're constantly getting Emma right. Okay, yeah, Emma's the annoying one, yep. Well, well, if it isn't Tau, dearest of all my friends, you're looking rather glum. Something the matter, old girl? Oh, don't call me old girl, please. Posted pics in the basketball chat. That's the best place to put them? Absolutely, Velos. Thank you. I'll have a look. Very cool. Ooh, I'm so excited. Did you get the winning moments as well? It's going great. I was working on Tigress's Vtuber model. Awesome. Very cool, bro. Yeah, it was looking amazing. I'm so excited. You are correct that Emma is the pretentiously self-absorbed little prat. Yes, perfect. Okay, great. Ah, yes, the arsons. Dreadful business that, and awfully curious, wouldn't you say? There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it at all. Naturally, we've doubled the guard outside the manor, along with most of the other houses. Can't have the old pile going up in flames after all. And in case you are wondering why the Hoplin is awash with refugees, the lower levels of the vaults have been opened to those unfortunate souls who have lost their homes. Sir Aymric's orders, from what I hear. Remarkable man. Not even a knife in the ribs can keep him from his duties. Actually, old girl... Oh, God, I hate this guy. Every time he says it, my opinion of him wanes by 5 more points. Actually, old girl, if you were thinking of questioning the refugees, I should be more than happy to accompany you to the Hoplin. While you conduct your inquiries, I could offer words of comfort to the distressed and despondent young maidens. Oh my God, he's such a pig. Oh, wait a moment, I know what this is. You're giving money with one of those looks, aren't you? Ah, you do me an injustice, old girl. I will have you know my heart yearns for but one rose, prickly though she may be. I sense you remain unconvinced. Very well, if it will help to prove the purity of my intentions, I shall gracefully rescind my offer. Now, run along and catch those arsonists. That was not entirely what I'd hoped for. Whose idea was it to come here again? Never mind. For our next step, I suggest we divide our efforts. While you question the refugees in the Hoplin Tower, I shall investigate the locations where the fires were set. Would you be so good as to join me, Hilda? You know what? I reckon I would. Can't have you roaming about in the unfamiliar city by your lonesome, can we? You'd only get robbed blind and left shivering in your small clothes. Funny story, Tau. A couple of friends, got, oh, sorry, hold on. I missed something. Let me see here. The Tiger Otaku, I'm in the mood to draw VTubers and the Genshin characters. Have y'all played it? Requests permission to go pass out since Tau will only get to a piece of 4-person content today and I need my brain to shut off. Oh, Cutie Cloak, you never have to worry about requesting departure, darling. You go get some rest. It sounds like you need it. Thank you for coming in and hanging out with us, though. And thank you for showing me your cute little nutkin. I am a fan. Funny story, Tau. A couple of my friends got started on FF14. One of them was complaining about how long walking everywhere was taking and how she couldn't wait to access mounts. Turns out she had skipped the tutorial that explained teleporting and aetheryte crystals. She'd been literally walking everywhere for the first 18 levels of the MSQ and also hadn't done a single class quest. Listen, I am very forgetful. And I also totally understand, like, disregarding things you've been told. You guys have seen me do that live many times. But it's another thing when you just skip the tutorial for a game you've never played before. I think that might be a new level of no wonder you're having a bad time. You know what I mean? I have, but not a lot. My schedule is always packed, and if I'm playing an MMO game, it's FF14. Hell yeah, but that's a good call. I am really enjoying FF14. We all had a good laugh, I bet you did. She found the secret hard mode. You know, I wonder where Pooh Man is. You know what, Light? I also wonder where Pooh Man is. I hope Pooh Man's doing well. The delivery time frame for your gift is meant to be between the 21st and today. And I've gotten a peep, haven't gotten a peep out of Australia Post yet. Starting to lose the plot just a tad. Oh, it's okay, Ozzy. Listen, even if it doesn't get here until like October or something, that's not a problem. I'm very happy to open it whenever it gets here, and I will still call it a wonderful birthday present, you know? Besides, if it takes longer to get here, then I get to spread my birthday out even further.
It was mostly stuff in the first half. My team was on the offense with the hoop closer to me. That half, and my phone didn't have a lot of battery left. That is very fair, Valos. That is very fair. But now it lives rent-free in your head forever, eh? If Fanart gets robbed, we need more nutkins. This is just unfortunately a normal thing for me. My brother's cats were knocking things over, and as he picked it up high to keep it from the cats, I walked in the door, so he turned and just nailed me in the head. Bro, that's like a comedy of errors, except that's actually quite dangerous. No, I'm sorry, honey. I admire your friend, Liv. Tutorials are for chumps. We had a combo about it, Tao, and it went like this. Her. No one told me about this. Us. It's literally one of the first level 1 quests they tell you. Her. You guys know I don't read. It's not my fault. Oh, she's gonna have a hell of a time with this game. I actually don't know if this game... Like, don't get me wrong. I have fun with the gameplay and stuff, but what keeps me going in this game, besides hanging out with you guys, obviously, is the story. If she's not reading anything, I genuinely don't think that the cutscenes where they are voiced are enough to keep somebody interested if they skip all the context. You know what I mean? Let me see. Did you show them the streamer who has synced his character to his treadmill and is literally walking everywhere? Wait, really? That's fucking brilliant. Dude's gonna get in tremendous shape. Thank you for the care package, Laden. That has to make raids and dungeons horrifying. Yeah, actually it would. We have this combo tab. Oh, sorry, I read the one. But it'll eat at me for the longest time if it's even slightly late. No, please don't let it eat at you, sweetest Aussie. If it's for me, then how I feel about it should matter, right? And I am excited to have it anytime. Even if it's not till December or something, it's totally fine. It's still a birthday gift and it's still super thoughtful and very kind of you. And you don't have to even worry about getting me anything in the first place. So please don't let it eat at you. It's a beautiful Tao. It's a lovely Lapton. Thank you for the care package, honey. How are you? Indeed, but not as much as Tao and Pocket live in there. That's true. I do like waking up every morning in your mind, Valos, and seeing Pocky playing with the basketball. We do a little one pointers. We take turns one pointering in the morning in your brain. Thank you for contributing to the Community Games Challenge, by the way. When I played ZZZ, I was just running around a quest, not knowing there was fast travel. Uh-oh. We'll just see how it goes. If anything, it'll be fun to watch the rest of her journey. Absolutely, absolutely. I hope she has a great time. It's such a sick game. All right, let me see. All this talk of walking everywhere reminds me of the good old days when we couldn't teleport straight into the Waking Sands. I know, I still have like 90 of those, the Aetheryte tickets for the Waking Sands. I didn't even start using them until like, very recently. That's why I still have like 80 or 90 of them, because I forgot that I had them for like 2 months. Navy! Hi, lovely Navy. Welcome on in. How are you, hon? It's great to see you. Do not miss your free throws. One pointers. That's it. Free throws. Yeah, she and I. That's how we start off the day in your brain, Valos. Pocky and I practice free throwing. Free throwing. Hi there, gorgeous Graham. How are you, Graham? It's great to see you. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Wait, I lost the storm talon. Hold on, come here. Rah, I got you. The Volt Priest. Ugh, you scowy. Ah, thank you for the fart. Come, my brothers and sisters. There is food and shelter enough for all in the Basilica. Aloni's blessings be upon you, Father. I confess, we were not sure if we should come. There are so many unbelievable tales these days about the Archbishop and Sir Aymeric, Dravanians. Trust in your heart, brother, and pay no heed to the lies of lesser men. They seek only to lead you astray. Do you require succor as well, miss? Sir, The Temple Knights have begun their investigation at last. Good. This madness has gone on far too long. Would that I could do something to aid you in your search, but I have a duty to these poor souls. Farewell, and may the Fury guide your steps.
Hi, Cedar Star. Welcome on in. How are you? Prey return to the Waking Sands. Teleports to Horizon. Walks the rest of the way to Vesper Bay. That's what I used to do. I used to do that. Prey return to the Waking Sands. Well, shit. Here we go again. Here we go again. Ooh.
There was a man with a satchel. I saw him kneeling outside the window, and then there was smoke everywhere.
It was so hot, and I couldn't breathe, and I don't remember how I made it out. I suppose I must have climbed. Maybe my arm is getting better after all. Doing good, besides slightly annoyed at Discord. So fair. I am doing well, hun. Thank you for asking. Ours was one of the first homes to be claimed, but I didn't see how the fire began. It was only when I heard our neighbors shouting that I looked outside and saw the flames. We barely escaped with the clothes on our backs. Were it not for the church's generosity, I don't know what we'd do. Ah, there's a whole section over here. Where the frick? Wait, where are the... Whee! Further down? Even further down? Oh, can't jump down there. Wowzers, yikes. That'd be a pretty far drop. Might need more than an ankle reconstruction from that. Might need more than an ankle reconstruction from that fall. Oh, it's Thean Dad cred. Ah, there you are. Anything to share? We will require more than the muddled testimony of a traumatized girl if we are to identify the culprits. While you were questioning the refugees, we inspected the scenes of several of the fires, including one near St. Ramanot's Cathedral and another near the Tribunal. For a mercy, neither structure suffered significant damage. Some might say they were spared by the grace of the Fury. Others might question how such ruthlessly efficient arsonists contrived to fail so miserably on the 2 occasions where their target was a bastion of Ishgardian orthodoxy. Nothing conclusive, of course, but it does give one cause to wonder. Alphanor will doubtless have an opinion. My panda is on my left shoulder on my screen, but the right one on yours. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's funny. What? Oh yeah, it's true. Oh, your eyes are cool. Oh my god, the panda's so cute. So baby. So baby. Where am I going? Where am I going? I guess down. I guess we're just going down. Just genuinely going down. Hum. Ooh. Thank you for the care package, Star. Ooh, I got cards. Rendezvous with Alphanol in the room. Down here? We gotta find that fucking boy first, eh? Whee! I'm being made magical. Thank you for making me so magical. Surely Alfie's not down here. Ah, thank you for the power heart suit disorder. And thank you for the head pat, Star. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, you guys, I have no clue where I'm going. I thought that the broom was like down here. I thought the broom was this kind of like dingy area down here, but apologies for being too tired to join, but my pal hat is with you, Tal. Thank you so much, sweetest Sola. You're an angel. I appreciate it, darling. Oh, thank you so much, Storm Talon. Appreciate that guidance. Thank you. But no, that's okay, sweetest Solar. I hope you get some good rest tonight, honey. And thank you so much for hanging out in chat and for my little pal hat. Silence will avail you not, sir. Your broom would be working overtime in this area. That's so true, Dustin. You know what? You gotta. Good job, good job. I'm making this joke way too late, but any members of the Bowl Council left? That's all right, Toby. I am a member of the Bowl Council. I will hear your plea. Please make your case before the court. Tao! I was just about to summon you. As you can see, we have detained a suspect. We found this man loitering near the remains of one of the stricken buildings. According to eyewitnesses, he was also present before the fires broke out. We wished to have words. He did not. So, we insisted. Let go of me, damn it! You got the wrong man! My, you reek of oil. And are those burns on your hands? An occupational hazard, I suppose. But tell me, does arson pay well? I'm a victim, you imbecile! Look at me! Hi, that you are, after a fashion. You should know that your pious patron has already spun us a delightful yarn about how his pet mongrel slipped the leash and set half the city burning to the ground. Not very noble of him, I grant you, but then these highborn types rarely do show loyalty to their pets. In fact, he called you Rabbit and begged us to put you down. That's bollocks! He's the one who told me to keep on going. Oh, well, gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Tao is already in a bowl as soup. See Fanart. Wait, I'm in a soup bowl? Thank you! Perfect. I am where I belong. I am bowl. I'm to bowl. That sounds like a Star Trek nickname. I'm to bowl. I couldn't see him on my screen, but I had a feeling he'd be over here for reasons. Oh, good job, Storm Talon. Very, very smart. Very smart. I'm a little ball. I am a little ball Tao. I made me out of clay. And when it's dry and ready, now balls, blah, 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 blah. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Zilla. How are you? TauTassie Bowl. It's true. Tau Bowl Tiger. Towel? No, wait, that sounds like towel. Towel? Nope. Thanks, dear council members. I must continue my work. Praise Bowl! Tau Bowl! Thank you, Toby. Toby, join me in the bowl. You could be Tobol! Oh man, if my name was Toby, I could be Tobol or Toboily. Tobioli! Ooh, yummy. Tobioli would be like Toby Ravioli. Toby Ravioli. Toby Ravioli. Can I join the bowl? All welcome in the bowl. Instructions unclear. Eating a bowl of pen and milk. No, don't do that. Where can I buy one? I mean, it would be really funny to just have a VTuber's face in your bowl, huh? At the bottom of the bowl. Was that the Cupboard Council anthem? Yes, I just don't remember it, but it's okay. It's a flexible theme song. It's a flexible anthem. New persona unlocked. Tobileone! Rips off mask. Tobileone! Toboli! Sorry, I'll stop. The bowl combo is doing my head in while trying to type work stuff. Oh, I'm so sorry, Cutie Kill Night. I'll stop. I'm so sorry. But I'm also kind of not sorry. But I am sorry that I'm going to work. Sorry. Toblerone! Savior, I cannot stop thinking about the whole bowl conversation. It's an earworm, isn't it? Even a sinner such as me can find salvation in the Fury's work, he said. I left it behind. Tried to, with all my heart. Said my prayers every day, like a good man. But he came to me. He came to me! And there you have it. Hilda, would you be so kind as to escort our friend here to the congregation? Aye, so long as you don't mind if he's limping when he gets there. You're all good, Tao. Just trying my best not to type the word bowl into this eBay description on accident. Unless it's a bowl. Make sure you go and grab all of the bowls available, and we'll stop talking about bowls once you're done putting the bowls up for sale on eBay. Zeller, thank you for contributing to the Community Games Challenge. Toby sounds like Joey Wheeler's cousin.
Well, all right. Well, I'm really excited to spend some time with my cousin, Toby.
I say it the same way whether I'm being Joey or whether I'm being Tao. Bowl redeem or command when? Oh man. Oh, that's a good question. I don't know, what would the bowl redeem be? Would it just be oh, actually Actually, I think I might know what we have to do. I can indeed put I'll put a redeem together. Let me yeah, 1 second. I can do this. This is bowl redeem. Dude, it was huge! Dude, it was huge! Okay, hold on. I will let me see here. 1 second. This is my PNG, but I think that I can probably
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. It's true. 1 second. There's like a little library of these, aren't there? 1 sec. Okay, if I save that one, and I'll put this as PNG, and then new avatar. It's ridiculous, but it's so great. All right. 1 second. This is important. You guys asked for it. I will give it to you. What kind of a person would I be if I didn't, you know? Okay. Sorry. 1 second. This is of critical importance. I've got a bowl here. Perfect. Awesome. And then, hold on. Okay. No, wrong one. Wait, open mouth. Close mouth. Wait, one. Oh. Replace that one. I gotta find my bowl again. Okay. Okay. All right. Perfect. Let me just save this one. I'm really worried that this is gonna be the wrong. Oh, good, it's not. Okay. And then this is bowl PNG. Okay. So, in case you guys want, I'll put the redeem on right now. If you guys don't redeem it much over the next like few weeks, I'll probably remove it. But because this may, there's never a way to tell whether a meme will have legs forever or not. But in case this does have legs forever, I will make this a thing. Let me see. Bowl o Tao. Literally just me being a bowl PNG for 5 minutes. Okay, it will cost $1,000. By dollars, I mean... by dollars, I mean points. Okay. Does anyone wish to attempt the bowl of Tao? TauTassie Bolini. Oh, that's really good. Okay, hold on. I will put TauTassie. Bola Tau is not as good as TauTassie Bolini. Where is it? Where's the thing I just made? Ah! Where's my Bola Tau? Hold on. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Okay. There's the Bolo Tau, and we'll call this TauTassie Bolini.
Surprise communism! Surprise communism!
Okay. It's, good lord, it's so worth it. It's a redeem. It's a redeem, yeah. Feel free to Tau Bowl. Unbelievable! That's damn good. That's a double whammy. Oh, did I put an... Oh, we got double, okay. All right, okay, as you wish. Okay, this is what you get for the next, there's 2 of these, so I'll put this, there's a 10-minute timer on this one. Someone's gonna have to explain this to Strat when he gets back. Hi, it is I. Thank you so much to Storm for my bowl self. I also feel like I need to have, hold on, I gotta put, do not enter, I don't need you to enter text, sorry, that's my bad. Okay, 1 second. I need it to bounce more when I talk. This one needs to bounce more. How do I, there's like a, movement scale? Wow! Wowzers! Wow! 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 Okay. Scale multi... Wow! Wow! Sorry. Oh, I'm so small. I'm so... Oh, wait, what? Not neat. Wait, okay, auto. Yeah, that's good. Now I gotta just do the microphone. Where's the... Hold on, this is important. Don't you want me to bounce around a bunch? I want to... Bounce! Bounce! Bounce, 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 bounce. Bounce, 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 bounce. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. There's your newest redeem. I hope you are satisfied. I hope everyone's thrilled. Thank you so much, Storm, for our new Staumboli. Our new Staumboli redeem. Which is not even what it's called, but praise the Tau Bowl! Praise! Oh, we got another 5 minutes on top of it? Okay. All right. As a dear member of the Bowl Council, I to bowl praise Tau Bowl. I to bowl praise Tau Bowl. TauTassie Bolini. Petition for higher cost redeem. That will have liquid that moves in the bowl. Customized soups. Oh my god, that'd be so good. I'd probably need to hire someone on, for like, in like VTube Studio though. But that would be really funny. Broke some people in VC. That was a quick slap together in Page.Pro. That's how you know it's good. Storm, thank you that you got to find emote. All right, I have no clue what this is about. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. We've been talking about this all morning. I guess you must have just gotten here. We've been. This is very much a inside joke of the last 3 hours. I probably do need to actually put a limit on this though. Hold on. I'll put a limit per stream on it for let's do like 5 per stream. That'll give you a total of 20 minutes of Tau Bowly. Tau's next merch, the Tau Bowl. Hell yeah. This is more immersive if you bounce around actually. Right? That's what I was thinking. 5 per stream for 5 minutes each is 25 minutes. Oh yeah, thank you, sorry, math. Yeah, not 20, 25, correct. Kind of sad I didn't animate the water ripples. That's okay, don't worry, this is better. This is actually better, I think. I'm good at math, you are, clearly. Apologizes, but I have to try this. Try what? Ooh! Nom 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 nom. Listen, back here, I'm eating the corn and I'm catching the pals. You just can't see it. It's just not in the right program, unfortunately. I appreciate them, though. I can feel the magic flow out of the Tau bowl. Okay, back to work. Well, congratulations, Vtuber. You have just officially entered legendary status because it is through you that we have finally made a Tau bowl redeem, my next model. Do pallet attacks not work? Unfortunately, none of the, absolutely nothing that, like, hits my 3D model works on this one because it's a different program. But it's also hard to, like, always turn them off, you know what I mean? So I'm sorry about that, oh no! If and when, Strat comes back, I can have him refund your points. If you ever teach Tau to play Magic the Gathering on stream, this is likely going to be the model for the whole stream. Hell yeah. Here, have this clip. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, I cannot wait to watch this 1 second. I must bear witness. I must bear witness. One second. I will make this so you guys can actually hear things. Okay. This is what you get for the next, there's 2 of these, so I'll put this, there's a 10-minute timer on this one. Someone's gonna have to explain this to Strat when he gets back. Hi, it is I. Thank you so much to Storm for my bowl self. I also feel like I need to have, hold on, I gotta put, do not enter, I don't need to enter. Can't use this to explain to Strat. Oh, it's true,
Okay,
Dustin,
one
good
second.
call,
I need
thank
it to
you,
bounce more
sweetheart.
when I talk.
This one needs to bounce more. How do I? There's like a... So glad we could be here for the Tau Bowl debut. Listen, I really wanted to make sure that I surprised people.
Movement scale?
Wow! Wowzers! Wow! 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 Okay. Scale multi... Wow! Wow! Thank you so much for that. That is awesome. Very, very good. I love it. Fantastic clip. We must bring that to Strat's attention. We simply must. All right. Okay.
That was incredible, Thancred. But how did you know he would confess?
Well, I've seen his luck before. A troubled soul, manipulated by men of power, wielded as a weapon. I could not be certain, of course, but given the stakes, thought it worth the risk. And if our captive had called your bluff? Must we entertain hypotheticals? The world as it is vexing enough. Thank you, Thancred. Whether by luck or judgment, we have at last confirmed that these arsons were orchestrated by a person, or persons, of influence. I think it best that we now return to the congregation and discuss how best to proceed. Pray to the ball. Pray to me! Is this the top-down view of the bowl? It is. You're staring down at me while I'm streaming. It's like a hand cam, right? Oh, TauTassieTiger, give us your wisdom. Eat corn, catch pals, love puppies and Kit Kats and Nutkin. Be happy, be kind. Put food in bowls, but first you must put the cereal and then the milk. If you do it the other way around, you will be judged by her most holy. We need to get to bed, but I'm glad I got to witness this. I'm so glad you're here, Dustin. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you for being here so very much. And thank you again so much for the incredible generosity over on Dressed in Black. I really, really appreciate it. That is so sweet of you, helping us hit our 100 August plus points. Only 2 more months. I'm so excited. Thank you. I thought it was bowling, like when you throw the beanbags in the hole. Oh, that kind of bowling. Oh, yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Thank you for your wisdom, oh great Tau TauTassie Bolini. Oh, my pleasure. My subject, that is good wisdom, nod. Sage wisdom. Her most bowly. Oh, I like that. Everyone, please allow me to introduce TauTassie Bolini, her most bowly. Cereal then milk, the words of the bowl. Cereal then milk, the words of the bowl. Listen, as a bowl myself, as a bowl myself, I can tell you that we bowls prefer the cereal and then the milk. You don't want to just waterboard us, right? You have to let some of the milk be absorbed by the cereal. And if you put the milk in first, then you're just suffocating us. If you put the cereal in first and then the milk, at least some of it gets absorbed. You know what I mean? The magic narrating Tau Bowl. The game you are playing not voiced. Fix that for 4 easy payments of $19.99 for the magical narrating Tau Bowl. It also doubles as a bowl. OMG, dies. I'm a volleyball Tau. Volleyball, bitch. Let's go. I will tell you if I dream of this. Also, you're welcome. Thank you, dearest Dustin. You're such a babe. Enjoy your lurk, sweetie. Thank you so much. And the bowl said, amen. Yes, bitch. Yes, bitch. Bowling with pals. No throwing the pals. That's true. No, we bowl -ing. Yummy bowls. Oh, if only your Oshi could see you now. Oh my gosh, if Pocky came in here right now, I'd be so embarrassed. But somehow I feel like she'd enjoy this too. She'd be like, what the fuck? But she'd probably be like, that's actually really fun. Break time. Okay, after I finish my Valley Girl boys, and I think we may actually have another 5 minutes of Bolini when we get back for Bublin. Tau Bowl. How do you feel when bowls are used for keys? Oh, bitch, that's so mean. Why would you do that to us bowls? We like to have our faces unscratched, and yet you guys like to put your keys in our faces. Mouth faces. Our whole mouth is a face. Our face is a mouth. I closed my eyes and realized I just accidentally made a VTuber model. My gasps have been flabbered. OMG Storm! Well done on your first VTuber model. Everyone loves it. Must resist temptation. But why? But why? Don't worry, Pocky has a Doro redeem. That's true, she does. It's so cute. I am part of the heretical TauTassie Bolini Church. We believe that the interpretation of the Great Bull was misunderstood. Milk should come first. No! No! Shenhan, no, that flies in the direct opposition of, I mean, I know you said you're heretical, but oh my god, OMG, that's like super heretical. That's like extra heretical. That's like super not cool. Oh my god. Please don't use milk before cereal. Can we get a Tony the Tiger collab? OMG, I would love, that would be so good, actually. I said, I would be so down. Hey, bitch. Like, OMG, I can't believe we get to, like, literally hang out twice in one stream. It's so much bestie time. I literally explode in happiness. Yes, love. Yes. What are you smiling about so much? Me, Bull. You are somehow the smartest idiot here, but still an idiot. That's not true. Whoever is telling our terrific Toby, our Tobol, the honorable exalted Tobiol, they can be executed. I just had a terrible idea of not telling Strat what the new redeem is until he redeems it. That would be really funny, and then no one explains it. And so it begins, the great schism of the pals most bowly. Oh no, we're like totally speedrunning like the whole like Catholic movement or whatever. Praise the ball. My stomach, I can't. I'm so sorry, but I was like not sorry, Toby. How are y'all? Hi there, cutie Kyra. What is happening right now? I'm a ball. I'm a ball, and there's a Valley Girl redeem going on. I realized that this could be very confusing. I apologize. I'm a bull now. Do you like bulls? Do you like bulls, Cairo? Bulls like you. Join us today. We support unions and the usage of bulls for non-food related purposes. No! Why do I have a sneaking suspicion, Shen, that like, if I had said that I love having keys on my face, then you'd be like, I support the usage of bowls for only food-related purposes. My brain is processing on what's going on right now. We had a conversation earlier, Cairo, about bowls and Magic the Gathering cards, and I guess it's progressed to this. Well, I love it. I love that. Okay, so praise the towel bowl. Praise. We love bowl. Yay! On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, I thank you all. The man you apprehended is being interrogated as we speak. Though he fell silent upon realizing that we had not turned his master, he will soon tell us what he knows, one way or another. Is the bowl dishwasher safe or is it hand wash only? This bowl is dishwasher safe, but not all bowls are. Please ask every bowl you meet whether they are dishwasher safe or only hand wash until such a time that they tell you their personal preference. Holy See of Ishgard? I prefer the Holy Bowl of Tell. Why would you want to shove our Vtuber in a dishwasher? I mean, dishwashers are pretty good at cleaning things. I mean, just the way you're talking and an cardboard shape that looks like a target. I was thinking it was April Fool's. No, this is a new redeem. We'll see how long the pals like this one for. Ooh, fuck. What is Artural's shtick? What does he say? Also, I believe that was 5 minutes of everything. So now we will now go back to our model, because that was 15 total minutes, which should have taken care of Shen's bowl, Sir Jazzy's bowl, and Bubblin's bowl, as well as the Valley Girl. April Fool's going to be Tau save stream swap. That'd be sick. I would love that. I mean, if you're into that, Tau, I can see problems with hand washing you. Yeah, see, exactly. You understand. Okay, which one is Artural? Is there anyone here I don't recognize? Oh, it's the cool brother. It's the cool brother. Pardon the intrusion, First Commander. Ah, Lord Arturel. Are you come to see your father? He is attending Sir Aymeric in his chambers at present. I am. He bid me bring the salve. Then do not let me detain you, and thank you for your kindness, my lord. In times of trouble, every man must do his part. Would that I could do more. One of the Tau powers is turned into a bowl. I have so many powers at this point you don't even know. My Lord Arturel did not seem to be in the best of spirits. 'Tis little wonder, Master Ulfanor. His father is widely slandered, and his half-brother not yet cold in the grave. Yeah, fair. Can't blame him. I wonder what this button do. Ah! It does this, Cairo. For 5 whole minutes, I will speak like this, or in some version of it, shall we say. Thank you for the head pat, Light. I appreciate it. Thank you, darling. Thank you, Lord. Thankfully, Geeks should be very asleep. Geeks likes my British accent, actually. I'll have you know. He's quite fond of it.
I do not mean to diminish our accomplishments, but until we identify the ones who ordered the fires set, our work is far from finished.
Thank you so very much for the care package. There, I'm too tired to remember things. That's all right, Clerk. No worries. I believe that power is under matter manipulation. That's probably true. Perhaps I am secretly the most powerful Vtuber in the world. Yummy!
Between the various conservative and religious factions in Ishgard, I dare say there's no shortage of parties who would like to see the status quo preserved. Do any likely suspects spring to mind?
Far too many to count.
I don't think you should be out of bed, sir.
Lord Commander, your wounds.
And that's a
Are
lot of
healing well.
sharp things on you.
Thank you. Time is of the essence.
Uppies for
Lest
ice
we
and...
forget, these men would sooner put their own city to the torch than see it change. When our enemies learn that we have apprehended their arsonist, there is no telling how they will react.
And may the depth and breadth of love that the most bowly one be with you. But yes, cutie clerk, I thought you were going to bed, darling. You should get some good sleep. Whoa.
Lord Commander, an armed mob has seized control of the vault.
What if someone modified the Uppies emote to hold a bowl? Well, I don't know what kind of a reaction I'm supposed to provide if someone redeems the Uppies emote with a bowl attached. I tragically don't have a bowl.
And now we know. Tell us what happened, sir. Spare no detail.
Bowlies? And what do
We were directing refugees into the Basilica, as you ordered, when all of a sudden, men brandishing weapons were all around us. It happened so fast, my lord. We had no time to respond.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
They've taken the refugees hostage and barricaded themselves inside the vault.
And they sent you to deliver their demands.
They, the true brothers of the faith, demand that a conclave to select the next archbishop be held forthwith. Furthermore, they declare that you, Lord Commander, are guilty of patricide and high treason, and that you must surrender yourself at once to receive of the Fury's judgment.
Well, it was this guy all along. What a dickhead. I was going to bed, got distracted chatting with a friend. Oh, fair enough, cutie click. I hope you're enjoying. One big bounce from the bowl. Just like a big... Wait, I have to pull up my bloody sleeves. It feels violent. I don't want to be violent to my precious pals. It would look like Tau praising the bowl.
Ridiculous! I mean, do they honestly think that executing Sir Emmerich would change anything? That the truth will somehow die with him?
These fundamentalists rage against the passing of the old ways, unable to accept there can be no going back.
Given the fanciful nature of their demands, a peaceful resolution does not seem likely. If the hostages are to be rescued, it will be by force, I fear.
Agreed. Lucia, take a contingent of knights and establish a perimeter outside the entrance.
Does a flourish with his cloak and vanishes from the third dimension. I hope you sleep well, sweetest cloak, and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you very much for joining us for such a long time. I appreciate it.
At once, Lord Commander.
Hilda, I need your people out in force throughout the Broom. When word spreads of the situation, the friends and family of the hostages may try to take matters into their own hands. I will not give these militants more targets. I shall lead the assault on the vault. Master Alphino, can I count on the support of the Scions?
Mathematical, darling. Thank you for contributing to the Community Games Night Challenge, darling. I appreciate it. And welcome on in. It's considered giant pauldrons if it's bigger than your head. Yeah, that sounds about right. I would call that pretty giant.
Of course.
We are in your debt.
I shall join you as well, Lord Commander.
Your assistance is most welcome, Lord Atwarel. To arms then, friends. Time is against us.
Lurking as I go to bed? Oh, good, darling, no worries. Well, Magnificent Mathematical, thank you so very much for dropping in. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you very much for being here. Brilliant. All right. On that note, let's go on a quick break, my darlings, in case there's any lurkers here or anyone needs the refresher. Every hour, we go on a 3-minute break. It's not very long, but it is just long enough that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about missing content. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run those ads, and then we come on back and make more content together. All without you ever being forced to subscribe in order to do so. So, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will see you guys in just 3 minutes. I love you very much, I'll miss you very terribly, and I'll see you very soon. Mwah! There you go, now you got Roblox channel, woohoo! Lav definitely doesn't play Roblox, no?
Onto my lunch. Jesus.
I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Doing well. Hope you're also doing good. I'm doing great. Read it. If you get stuck, press tab and check for trees. Oh. Oh! There you go. Now you got Roblox channel. Woohoo! Lav definitely doesn't play Roblox. No. Engage? I'm talking to you. I'm speaking directly to you, Engage. I'm moving through the screen. I am moving through the screen into your ear holes. Here I come. Here I come. Hi, Engage. How are you? Let me see. I actually haven't noticed a helicopter in quite some time as well, but I thought it was a funny joke. It is a funny joke. I can't believe, do I need to? No, okay. Ah! Ah! No. Ah! Okay, I give up. It says left joystick, doesn't it? Isn't that what it says? Oh. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Fucking where are you going? Oh my god. I'm crying. Lol, fuck. That was really funny. And it's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki.
Surprise communism.
Wow. There you go. Now you got Roblox channel. Woohoo! Lav definitely doesn't play Roblox. No. Read it. If you get stuck, press tab and check for trees. Oh. Oh!
Remember, Tao, you call the shots here. If you feel like it's impossible, you can move on.
Engage, I'm speaking to... Whoa. Wow. Someone throw fish? Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Ah! Everyone, back to your positions! Hi, Sam! Oh god, gigantify the Tao, I see. Hi, sweetest save, how are you? Oh my... I am moving through the into your ear holes. Here I come. Here I come. Hi, Engage. How are you? I look like some kind of bizarre mosaic. Hi. I'm so glad you like the emojis. Let me see. I actually
Hi,
haven't asked
cuties.
any
Sorry about
questions
that. I was
as
just
well, but I thought it was
checking
funny
on my
joke.
little doggy, my little puppy dog.
Oh shit, hi! Hello, Greg! Oh my gosh, Greg, I'm so happy you came back to me! I was so worried. I was thinking about all night last night. I was so rude to Greg when he raided in yesterday. I was so overwhelmed with all of the issues I was having with the IT, with the tech, and I was like, oh, he was so sweet and he raided in, and then I didn't even get to talk to him. No. Hi there, gorgeous Greg. Welcome on in. A very warm welcome to you, sweetheart. How was your tower? The tower with the guns. I saw you playing it. How was your Hearthstoning as well? How are you? Welcome on in, Raiders. Raiders, if you got a raid run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We've just gotten back from a break, so it's awesome to see you. I could tell you're having tech difficulties. Thank you so much, Greg. You're so sweet. I really appreciate it. Welcome back as well, my precious pals. Do you like dad jokes? I do, as long as they're not like inappropriate. I do like a good dad joke. Lovely Luna, welcome back. Awesome Ozzy, welcome back. You beautiful being. Uppies for you. Good Ozzy and Valiant Valos. Uppies. Hey, good fellas. So Greg, tell me about your great timing then right off the break. It's true. You guys, we do also have dude, it was huge. We do actually have a Greg dude, it was true. I was like, oh, who just used the dude command, because it's highlighted as Raider from Neo Greg, and I'm like, oh, it's me. Oh, it's me. But yes, Greg, please tell me, how did your Hearthstoning go? Tell me that first. Also, when is your next stream? You guys, if you haven't checked out the wonderful and generous sweetie pie that is Neo Greg, please do so. He has been so lovely and so supportive and so sweet. I always like to talk to you guys about the fact that, you know, he also lets you guys, if you are a sub, you get a free song request per day, and he's always playing bangers in his chat. He's also very funny. He's a very, very, very good Hearthstone player, and he also does a lot of really cool sponsored stuff, as well as just shit that he likes to play. I was honestly hoping, Greg, that maybe you would be coming in here from Final Fantasy XIV. I know there was some brief talk about that in your chat just recently. How much does a chimney cost? How much, lovely Luna? Incredible Iceland. Did I already give you uppies? Even if I didn't, you get double uppies. Nothing, it's on the house. Hey, I like that one. Hearthstone was quite nice. New cards came out. The Twisted Tower was nice too. Remind me of BioShock. I played the first BioShock on stream, and it was one of the scariest games that I played. So probably not the right game for me, but it sounds like it'd be the right game for a lot of people in chat, because a lot of people love BioShock. Was it like just the gameplay, or did the setting or story seem similar? Congrats on the new cards in Hearthstone as well. Very cool. There's plenty of jump scares in this game too. Yeah, I'll probably just watch you play that then. I don't really want to. But yeah, Greg, would you like to please let us know when your next stream will be and what you might be streaming as well? Yeah, you guys, please check out the lovely Neo Greg. Sweetie Pie, like I said, who is he is mainly a Hearthstone gamer, but he does a lot of other really cool stuff. He plays with some people in his chat as well sometimes. He plays with a bunch of his mods and some of his friends and stuff on stream, and he's just been like so incredibly supportive since he started raiding in here. And also yesterday he came in with his lovely community when I was struggling so hard with getting the tech difficulties set up, and I felt so bad. And the fact that he's come back today means that he is a very forgiving and sweet person. I'm very grateful for it. Thank you. Thank you, Greg. You're very kind. Always a pleasure to welcome you and your lovely community in. Next stream is happening tomorrow, actually. 10 a.m. PST. Watching the Future Games show, actually. That's awesome. Like right off the bat, or is that are you gonna be doing that? Are you watching the Future Game Show after Hearthstone, or are there any announcements that you're excited for, Greg? Also, lovely Lucy, thank you so much for the 225 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, lovely. Did you see, Greg, that like my favorite game is getting remastered? I'm so fucking hype. I got a weird push notification from Battle.net that you can play the remastered Witcher 3 on Battle.net now, or not now, I guess, but like whenever it comes out. Weird. Right away, watching it before the Hearthstone. Very cool. Ooh, well, you guys, Greg is probably a great person. I can only imagine that hanging out with Greg would be a great way to watch the Future Games Show, and he's actually doing that first thing at 10 a.m. PST. So please go give him a follow and turn on those notifications so that you can get notified when he does go live to watch some Future Games shows. And then you guys can come on and report back to me, because I would love to know what's going on, and I probably won't have time tomorrow. Sadly. Yeah, is it Witcher 3? Yeah, it is. Yeah. I made this joke up when I was 5 to 7 years old. What do lizards put on their floor? This is cute already. This does sound like a kid's joke. Well,
What do they put on their floor, Luna?
Reptiles! Oh my god, that's fucking brilliant. That's a great one. You made that up? That's sick. That belongs in a book somewhere for sure. My brain cannot compute a remastered Witcher 3. Games of that gen really feel like they hit the graphics wall. Yeah. No, I am interested in seeing how, like, what becomes of that, but I am also kind of determined to play it sometime. I was gonna say their feet. Oh, what do lizards put on their floor? That's what I probably would have come up with as a kid, but reptiles is a great play on words. Oh, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I just heard about the remaster too. I haven't played a lot of Witcher 3, but I did get it from the Steam sale recently. Maybe I wait for the remaster now to jump in. That is fair. Do you actually know when it's gonna be getting the remaster release? But yes, you guys, please go give the gorgeous Greg a follow. I affectionately refer to him these days as
Yeah.
Greg. This is Greg, and he let me make him into a cat boy, which is incredibly cool of him. It's Santa! I'm sorry, did I accidentally kick you, or did you just say it's a catastrophe? So it is. What did the tiger shout when her souffle deflated? Oh no! Probably that. Probably oh no. That's what I would have shouted anyway. Listen well. We will enter the basilica silently via this gate. According to our latest reports, there are at least 6 hostages being held within. The numbers and readiness of the true brothers of the faith are unknown. I am, Artwell, I am told one claimed to have served under Thordan VII. Might the same be true of the rest?
Feels good to be a town sub-Tautas pet.
Sweetie! Oh my gosh, thank you so much! Thank you very much. 6 months? Oh my god, time really does fly. For some reason, I'm like, I just met this guy last month. Thank you so very much for 6 months of subby. Feels good to be a town sub. I am happy to sub to me. Thank you so much. Pats for you, Greg. Thank you so much, and I really do appreciate it. And thank you so very much for always being so supportive and kind and rating it so often. One of these days, I swear to God, I have to get to the point where I am streaming, even if it's like a one-off thing. I want to raid you someday. So like, I gotta find a time where I can finish up before you do, whenever that may be. But thank you so very much for the Prime subby, lovely Greg. I really appreciate it. And you guys, please check out lovely Greg, who will be doing some Future Games show watching tomorrow, 10 a.m. PST. Can't wait for Ananta to come out because, but it releases next year in January. What is Ananta? Why have I heard of that, actually? Everyone left me! Is it because this is an instance, or did I just piss everyone off? Have a great FF day. I'll be lurking and talking and all the FF tips when I get to play it. I was gonna say, Greg, you let me know when you're gonna play it. I would love to either like play with you or like, you know, find some way to either raid into you or something. I don't know. I think it'd be really fun. It would be really fun. I don't know very much about this game. I probably know more than you at the moment, but like it won't take you very long. Ananta is one of my gotchas I'm looking forward to as well. What kind of gacha is it? What's the theming of it? You know what I mean? Like how what I guess like Genshin is like fantasy, mainly like fantasy, high fantasy, and then like ZZZ is like sci-fi, right? New Sprout, join us! Yes, Greg, join us. Citizen Saturnus, thank you for contributing to the Community Games Challenge. Given the swiftness with which they seized control of the vault, I think it highly likely, yes. Which means that they may well possess the knowledge required to turn the building's defenses against us. But that as it may, we have no choice but to press on. Lord Artoirel, you are a brave man and true, and none would dare question your honor if you chose not to risk your life in this endeavor. Are you certain you wish to join us? It's really rich of Amaric of all people to say that. Hi there, Terrific Trixie, how are you? There were FBI whirlybirds and federal agents. They were doing searches the last few days. I think it was a manhunt. Do you know what it's for, Trixie? Stay safe, hun. It's good to see you though, Trixie. Greg, thank you for joining the Community Games Challenge as well. Much appreciated. Greg, would you like to join us for a Discord watch along Saturday my time? It's we're gonna watch The Princess Bride over there if you would like to join us. Just saw him out in forest. Damn, weird. What did you do? Hi, dear Straza, how are ya? I am safe because I am piranha. I live in the because I'm a piranha. I live in the Amazon. I haven't seen that one in a really long time. Me neither. Me neither. That's why when the pals voted for it, I was like, oh shit, sure, let's do it. Let's do it. I did nothing. Allegedly. I am no stranger to the battlefield, Sir Amric. My arm will not falter. My shield will not break. Hallownay as my witness, we will bring these fanatics to justice. Well said, my lord. Friends, follow me. Thank you, guys. Thank you for knowing where I am better than I do. What time on Saturday? I might be doing other things, but hopefully I can make it. Let me show you. Don't mind me, that's my bowl self. It's over here in events and schedule. You might, if you're not, I'm not sure if you're in the Discord, Greg. If you're not, you can convert it from, it'll be 8 p.m. Aussie time on Saturday. This coming Saturday at 8 p.m. So I'm not sure what time that is for America. I am not stranger to the bowl, Amric. I am not stranger to the bowl. I try, buddy. No, my shield will not break. No. Oh, fuck. I just realized I'm in tank. I'm a tank. I'm a tank. Oh, fuck. I'm a tank. I forgot to be tanking. I'm sorry. My bad. I guess it doesn't matter that much here, huh? They're probably already, they have tanks here. Right. Hi there, precious Patarissa. How are you? It's good to see you. How has FF14 been? It has been very fun. We're doing lots of story stuff and hanging out with pals. We have a bowl redeem now. It's okay, Trixie. I'm not an FBI agent, allegedly. Gunblade is not just a tank. It's also 3 DPS and a trench coat. Wow, I sound powerful when you put it like that. Got him with the Oratrice Mechanique d'Annalise Cardinale. What did I just say? It'll be 3 a.m.? Wait, really? Is it 3 a.m.? Fuck. Oh, no. Oh, maybe that won't happen then. What is your sleep schedule like, Greg? Do you have like a normal human sleep schedule? Or do you have like degen hours? I'm doing very well, thank you. Chilling in an empty classroom as usual. Gonna be hanging out for the next hour before I'm on my way home. Sounds great, darling. Oh, it's Bolini time! Hold on, I'll bring out the Bolini. Oh fuck, where's my Bolini? Oh god! Wait, don't go without me, wait, the Bolini! Okay, Bolini. You got 5 minutes of Bolini. I'm a bowl now. So gorgeous. I know. Credit to Storm for his exceptional bowlage. Me being a bowl, making me into a bowl. Now that is PNG tubing. Praise Tau Ball, rip my ass. I'm gonna make soup in the Tau bowl. You can all make something in the Tau bowl. Just make sure you put the ingredients in before you put the water in. Gotta save the hostages with soup. Everyone give praises to Tau bowl. Give offerings now. Where did this meme come from? I missed something. Yeah, it only happened a few hours ago. I like to think of myself as a normal sleeper, but I usually just fall asleep right after stream and wake up randomly in the night. Oh, interesting. So you fall asleep like right after you finish stream, and then do you sleep for a full 8 hours generally? Or like when you say random, do you truly mean like anywhere between 3 and 8 hours? Bill's bowl with cream of corn. Oh, yummy! Soup was not good enough. No, that was delicious. I'm happy with that. I am happy with that. 1 is on the bottom, strong as he. 2 is in the middle, carrying 3. 3 is pretending not to be 3 DPS in a trench coat. I was gonna make minestrone, but I got it got away from me, and I made Ebola. You can't make Ebola out of minestrone. That's illegal. You were supposed to go rescue the hostage that was being murdered while everyone else fought. Oh, my bad. Oh, maybe I should read what I'm supposed to do. Sorry, my bad. I was like, yay, we did it. Oh, don't hit me with the difficulty slider, dude. It could be easy and I still would fuck it up because I'm not, I'm not paying attention. Uh-oh, sorry. Praise be to the great Bellini. Why is Tau's face at a toilet seat? A towelette seat? No, I'm not a towelette seat. I'm a violet seat. I mean, I'm a bowl. I'm a bowl. I'm just a bowl of towel. I'm Toblerone. Witness, we are blessed by the bowl. A thyroid bowl. Thyroid bowl. 2 to 8 hours randomly, an aspect of my life that doesn't need more RNG. 2 to 8 hours? So there are days where you stream and you like have been running on 2 hours of sleep, hun? That's insane. I don't think I could function. No, I know I couldn't function off of 2 hours of sleep. That's incredible. Oh man. Okay, so I gotta save this guy, is that what you're saying? Or some other guy? What I gotta save? Who I gotta save? You guys are taken elsewhere by Sir Simeonard. So this is the end. Archbishop's 107. On your guard! They sounded the alarm. Okay. Where? I will hold the entrance and look after this one. Now go. Okay. Okay. So I go over here. Is that right? Rescue the hostages. Okay. Do I run past everybody? I hope I'm doing the right thing. I'll be fine. Future Greg might not be, but present Greg is fine. Oh no! Greg, no! Wait, what? Oh! Okay, I found a refugee. Do what the text says too. It says hostages rescued, rescue hostages. So I'll do
down with you!
Okay, I will. Oh, don't touch the bat! You fucking dick! Okay, how do I save? Do I run on top of him? How do I save? Him? Or do I just, do I run? No. These are problems for future Greg. No, poor future Greg is gonna suffer from present Greg's decisions. Tragedy for poor Greg. Okay, did I save this one? Do I run ahead again then? No? I guess I have to kill, okay. Am I just dropping people off? Make sure they're not being attacked, I think? Okay. Okay, cool. Took the other somewhere. It all happened so quickly. Pocket is now aware of the towel bowl. Ah! You made her aware of my towel bowl! Oh, yeah! Salrog, thank you for the merch plug.
Order your Tau bowl now and get a box of Thyla cereal free. An important part of any balance breakfast. Exactly. So much. Oh, wait, this way? Wait, we're to the choir? Well, I mean, I assume that you want me to help you guys here, no? This way? Well, I'm making it further than last time, I guess.
You underestimate me.
How dare. Would eat cheese and corn out of that bowl. When can we expect it in the merch store? I want to confuse the heck out of my parents. You know, maybe I'll see if we can do a bowl of. Oh, thank you for filling up the bowl with pallet tax. Thank you, Greg. Thank you so much. Oh, fucking die. Urgh. Not you, Greg. I don't want you to die. I want these guys to die. They deserve death. Oh, that's scary. Oh, I guess I have to keep helping. Oh, no, I don't. Okay. This is what happens when you tell me not to resist. Hey, citizen! Unlurks, I didn't think you'd take the bull enthusiast tag quite this much to heart. I didn't make it. It was Storm. Storm's fault. How are you, Safe? Welcome back. Oh, also, I think that the timer is up for our TauTassie bowl. Let me, return to my original form. Hello, it is I, of the bowl, of bowl fame. Why are you in a washing machine? I love hearing the interpretations of everyone. So far, I've gotten bowl. Correct. Toilet. Washing machine. I wonder what else people will come up with. The pals didn't show up for us. That's not true. Oh wait. Oh no. Yeah. Anytime that something gets redeemed in the PNG form, it's such a basic thing. So like it doesn't allow that. It doesn't allow any kind of interaction there. But my apologies. I do owe you guys some. There was a feeding a little while ago, and then I have 2 pallet attacks. I think one from Eisen, one from Greg. Let me get them in here. Hold on a second.
Where's the pallet attack?
I found it! Ha-ha! And another! Thank you. I was curious if it would work with the bowl. Looks like it didn't. Unfortunately not. But man, if you guys really like the bowl form that much, I'll go commission someone to make me a 3-dimensional bowl, and you can fill up the bowl with the pallet tags. Thank you for the pallet tag, Patricia. I thought it was a wheel, a porthole. Wow, I love different people's perceptions. Welcome back, Tau. You would not believe what just happened while you were gone. So there was this bowl/washing machine thing. Yeah, there was no corn either. I too wonder about pallet tack going in the bowl. I thought you were a Magic the Gathering card back. Didn't look like anything else at all. We had this conversation, Greg, earlier, where so you know Save's spinny card thing. I was like, what game is when it was spinning, before I took the screenshot, right? Before that, I was describing it, and I was like, what was the card back that flips over that's like blue foam, like whipped cream, like blue whipped cream in a bowl? And everyone was like, what? And I was like, that's what this is. And no one knew what I was talking about, so I was like, I'll take a screenshot. So this is what I'm talking about. And then we got to the point where we started talking about Magic the Gathering, then converted to a bowl because it looked like a bowl. This looks like a bowl to me. It looks like foam in a bowl. And then you get Magic the Bowl. Anyway, that's how we wound up with a Tau bowl. A taboli, if you will. Put the commission price on Throne. Spectacular. Yeah, so that's basically what happened. That's the long and short of it.
Hi there, Vitalina. How are you? You drive the person who pick out. You this should ruin this issing not to join them. Maiden save, both magic, Balatro, Uno, solitaire, cribbaging. This sounds like Magic the Gathering and or Honkai Star Rail. Wait, does Honkai Star Rail also have that? I'll commission someone to make me a 3-dimensional bowl. I'll do it, don't tempt me. If we're filling up the bowl, would it be Pal Loops, Frosted Pals? No, wait, we'd be Corn Pals, like Corn Pops. Oh, cute, I love Corn Pals, that's yummy. And go fishing, don't forget go fishing. Oh, that's true, also don't go fish, do go fish. Don't forget go fishing. Don't forget to go fish. I do think the timer on this duty still runs. Oh, shit, okay, sorry, my bad. All right, I'll do this. Sir Seminard, lay down your arms and release the hostages and you will be shown mercy. I give you my word. The word of a heretic and a kinslayer. I would sooner trust a dragon. Activate the knights. We shall show the hostages the same mercy he showed the archbishop. They're horse people! Okay, they're kind of fucking weird. I don't love this, but I love their heads. They got horse heads, that's cute. Cornflakes! Cornflakes. Unlike you, Sir Emmerich, I am a man of honor. By my hand, you shall receive of the Fury's judgment. So it is to be a trial, then. Lord Artoirel, Tau, leave us and save the hostages. I will deal with Sir Simeonard. Watch me get out of that cutscene, and then I've, like, failed the quest. Okay, what, we go up this way? No, we don't. Amherst Vitality is at 38. Bonds untied, hostages rescued. I assume we don't... can I go around them? Why does this game confuse me so much, dude? Still have 20 minutes, should be fine. Oh, good. How did I fuck it up last time? Did I let the hostages die? This way? Oh, yep, there's some bonds over here. Down the stairs where you saw the horse things? Ah, get the horse things. Oh, he's attacking the hostages. Stop it, stop it. Oh, fuck, not you. I meant to go for this guy. Oopsie, I'm an excellent hit. Oh, this guy's still fucking around? Oh, man. Can I just release those from their bonds, or no? No, okay, never mind. I just gotta kill him. I gotta kill him first! Oh, ooh! How about Vtuber? Oh, I like Vtuber. That's cute. Okay, now can I do this? There we go. Left piece chicken grease, I'm out. Have a good one, Terrific Trixie. Don't get caught by the FBI. Heather's good. How was your lurk, sweetest save? I assume that we gotta go over here. Is there another one? Yeah. Okay, because that person's got some pretty low health. Hello, I'm a tank. Look at me. I have to head out. Oh, good, Belly Fellows. Congrats to you and your team for the win. And I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, Dawn. Thank you very much for joining me, for joining us. See you soon, okay? Hello, Bonds. Bonds, let me do this. We must go to his aid at once. We have another hostage, bruh. Unless you count Emmerich as a hostage, I guess. Sprint! It says rescue the hostages, but... Wait, are they over there? Am I supposed to go save someone over there? I'm confused. He's saying go
go to Amric, but like, I don't know which one to go to. I guess I'll go this way. I need to make some semi-trivial decisions, and I'm having a hard time deciding because there's too many options. Oh, go to Amric? Oh, okay. I'm sure I'll land somewhere soon enough. Is there anything we can do to help you decide, Citizen? Do you need a wheel? Skedaddle Tow! You have to go to Amric now. Oh, but this still says hostages rescued 5 out of 6 here. So I thought I had to save the hostages, no? I guess not. Yikes, yikes, yikes! Oh boy, 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 ah! That was very close. I really pushed that one very close. Unless he's still gonna die, in which case that's unfortunate. In which case I have to do it again. Fuck, that's so annoying! Okay. Amric is going to die. God damn it, all right. Why would it say 5 out of 6 hostages and then they're like, no, we have to go to Amric because it was like, you lost because you didn't save all the hostages, and then they're like, don't save all the hostages. I don't get that. Don't save all the hostages, go to Amric instead once you've saved 5 out of 6? In essence, I am choosing some posters to put on a wall. Like I said, quite trivial. Oh, still! If you walk in and you don't like the posters, then it's sad. So it's not that trivial. I mean, it's not a huge deal. Like I wouldn't want to make it sound like, you know, you won't be able to enter the room where the posters are hung if you aren't happy with them, but what's are you having trouble deciding on like color or like topic? Hey there, Engage. Welcome, welcome. Popping in for my streak. Thank you for coming in for your streak. I appreciate it. It will always tell you what the next step is going to be. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense to me that it's like, it's even saying like the most important thing, even right now, it's saying that like rescuing hostages is the most important thing. And so I was confused because even though the thing popped up, like the dialogue popped up saying, oh, we must go to Sir Amric. But then we hadn't completed the actual, because it still said rescue the hostages. So I was like, do I listen to the random dialogue here? Or do I read what it says, right? You ran out of time! Amric points. We did run out of Amric points, my bad. I wanted an NCR New California Republic flag in Fallout New Vegas for a long time now. That would be cool. Ran out of AP. It's true. If you're still alive when I get home, I'll time in or something. That's all right, hun. No worries. You get some rest when you get home, okay? I assume that the last hostage is past where Amric is. Oh, okay, got it. All right. Either one hostage died or you ran out of time to rescue the last. Okay. They're adorable teasers. I do like them. They're super cute though. Ah, you guys are cute. Guys are cute. It's like, well, do I really like Arcane enough for this Jinx/Violet? Or should I just hang a towel? Well, come on, friends and pals. We can definitely vote on the Pow Bowl, right? I mean, sorry, the Towel Bowl. The Patow Bowl. I actually was saying that Patow sounds like, to bowl. That's it. To bowl sounds like a Star Trek Vulcan name. Ooh, cowgirl outfit. Don't mind if I do. Yeehaw! Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Tip my hat to you. Keep going, okay. Not alone? Stay with Sir Amric? Oh. Oh my god. Why is this hard for me? Time to yee some hoes! Yeah! Cowgirl up at 3, 2, 1. Hope you're doing well this evening. I am, sweetheart. How are you? Lovely Lisa. It's great to see ya. it's a Tau bowl and not a Tau bowel. It needs
underestimate
that,
me.
probably. It's okay, we mass-produced Tau bowels. I don't know why, but it happened. I didn't say anything because I knew I couldn't fully unlurk yet, but by sheer coincidence, when I was able to briefly look in earlier, you were just going, Tabol, Tabol, Tabol. What? What? Tabol, 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 Tabol. I don't think that was coincidence, Save. I think that was meant to be. You are fated to always be around if and when Star Trek is even remotely hinted at. Thank you for the care package, Elsie. Doing great, thank you. Relaxing here, taking it easy. Awesome, honey. Well deserved, well deserved. I'm gonna just skip through this. Scary horse people. My lot in life. I accept that. I'm so grateful you're willing to sacrifice for your fellow being. Shop. I've already read this. Let's go! Wait, should I just go over here first? Yeah. Look, look at me! I'm using my moves, guys! Aren't you proud? Why do these people suck? Why do these people suck? Good news is, it looks like time does not go down while in dialogue. Oh, excellent! Yay, I can just talk as much as I want in dialogue. Third time's the charm. Let's fucking hope so, hey? This is why I can't play any games without my precious pals. I need them to carry me through everything, please. Okay. Oh, I gotta unbond them. Unbond. Hey, run! Oh, I think someone must have died last time because we just saved 4 of 6 and then I think there's 2 over there. Or is there not? Actually, no, I think there's only 1, isn't there? Yeah, no, I guess either there's one that is behind Emmerich or they miscounted. I don't know. It was Amherst that died last time? Yeah, but it's still. But are they considering Amherst a hostage now? Okay, let me go save this person. Oh my God, why? Please. Come on. Okay, sprint. Did I go through here? No. Fuck, that'd be a lot easier. You have to go to help Emmerich and then help the last hostage? Gotcha. Yikes! Ah.
This knight does not yield!
Oh my God, but you should back up! Don't fucking fly into the face of more enemies, brother! 60-ish AP this time. This boy's looking a little better, at least. Yeah, well, if he keeps running into more danger instead of, chugging down a potion or something. Oops, I turned off my... Damn. Oopsie. Oopsie. Okay, I better just go here. This fucking guy. Be squishy. Be squishy as I know you to be. Okay. Saved your life. Fuck him up down. Thank you. Oh, thank God. Ah, the final refugee who looks absolutely minuscule compared to Amory. Hey, we done did it, do that. You must hurry. The priest took Malay upstairs when he saw you kill his men. What? Oh yeah, when he saw you kill his men. Have no fear, child. We will save your friend. Sorry, I can't read faster. I'm a slow reader. Oh, please don't say I failed it. You sure do it.
Where is he?
Oh.
Where is he?
Run, Edric! Leave us!
Oh, shit. That guy sucks.
Come no closer! You have nowhere to run. Release the girl and surrender.
Surrender to whom? The blasphemer who throws wide the gates to our enemy? Who breaks bread with him and calls him brother? Ungodly swine! I would sooner die than surrender to you.
Hey, look, it's that priest you thought was creepy. Listen, I got a creep-o-meter. I can feel them in my midst, even the fake ones.
Is it godly to spill the blood of an innocent child? To burn the homes of your brothers? Tell me, priest, is that godly?
Do not speak to me of godliness, heathen! Your father's blood is on your hands, as is hers!
He's so scary looking, dude. Don't do it. Don't do it. Ah! He's so scary and evil. Ah, he's so scary and evil. Evil and scary. Batman. 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 Yucky. Someone's gonna catch her. Someone's gonna catch her. Dragon! A dragon will catch her! A dragon catches her! Or Ishtala hopefully sees her incoming. It goes. Dragon? Dragon swoop in! Oh, that'd be such a good if Vidofnir like just appeared. Oh yes! Oh my god! I could have written this. Yay! Okay, we love Vidofnir. Yay! Good dragon. Good dragon. Saved your life.
What? But I...
Hell yeah! What an entrance. Those spines are definitely not all hooked up in her good cheek or anything. They land so heavy.
Vidofnir!
Yeah, listen, the dragon's a little scary.
Well met, knight. Mayhap I chose an inopportune moment?
I think you chose the perfect moment, actually.
Not at all. Pray forgive us this most unworthy reception. We are honored to have you with us, and right glad of your aid.
Fortune delivered the child unto me. I had but to receive her.
Aww. Vidofnir's sweet. I like Vidofnir.
Thank you for saving me.
Thou art welcome, child.
Wait, what? How are we here? We were literally up there, and shouldn't we have been like, I don't know, knocking that guy, you know, follow in her footsteps?
Never did I think to be indebted to so unexpected a savior. But full glad am I to be so.
Friend of Izel, warrior of warriors, I had hoped to meet with thee. I bear a message from my sire.
From Bracefelder.
Upon returning to our lands, Nidhogg's shade did sing unto his brood, and they for skies unknown did then take wing.
Imagine if she just landed on Eastal. That would be a bummer. Ah, spoilers, damn! Look at me go! Thank you for the head pat. Terrific Toby. We do love Vidofnir. What a cool dragon. This guy looks like the kind of guy that we use for Forbidden Magic to fuse his dog with his daughter. Shit, you're right, he does. That dude so did. He very much did look like that. Oh no. Sorry, I'm probably giving everyone here flashbacks. So this whole time, we were just beating the ever-living fuck out of the priest on the roof. Yeah, you know what? That's my headcanon too. I have no idea what we're doing down here. Like, we need to take that motherfucker in. I didn't realize this is how to train your dragon. I like that their horns make a heart. Oh, it's true, they do. That's cute. Thank you for the care package, see? This is a few minutes later. Okay, gotcha. Did you know the voice of Vidofnir is also in Game of Thrones? Wait, really? Who do they play? Good job. Thanks, terrific Toby. You're a sweetie pie. You did a good job. Good job. Keep it up.
Thou must know, for your fates are inextricably bound.
You got it in the mail. Let's go, Ozzy. See, you didn't even have to worry at all. Oh, Tara Greyjoy. That's so cool. Okay, interesting. Oh, nice.
What of Estinian? Is he truly lost to us?
Such matters are beyond my ken. I but bear my father's words. Take from them what thou wilt. Fare you well, mortals.
You don't want to stick around for dinner? I have the perfect morsel for you.
So it is as they say then. A great white dragon swooped down from the heavens to rescue an innocent child.
That?
A most unexpected turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The people will not soon forget this day.
Yet how will they choose to remember it, Sir Emmerich? And will these events serve to bring man and dragon closer together, or drive a deeper wedge between brothers? After 1,000 years, the world these men once knew is changing, and with ungentle swiftness to boot. Though their actions are misguided, their sentiments are only to be expected. You may be sure that others will rally to their cause.
Even after this guy tries to, like, murder
I share your desire for lasting peace with the Jovanians, I do. But I would not see it built on the bones of our countrymen, nor on our own.
I still want to know what happened to the
much
evil
of Horsefine you.
Aww.
And I could not bear to mourn the passing of another son.
Lord Edmund.
I keep on pronouncing his name Edmond because I thought it was French, and sometimes they do silent T's at the end of words. But he's saying Edmund, so maybe I need to... Maybe I need to say Edmund. Edmund! Alright. Well, that was a decent-sized cutscene right there. Look at how fucked up this blade is. I actually didn't even realize that. Everything else about him looks pretty pristine, but this... Is this just a sword, or is this a... He doesn't have a gun blade, does he? What is that?
a rogue, right? Edmonton, go Oilers! What is Oilers? Broom! I am unsure I have either. What have you not, what? And hi there, Joseph. Thank you for giving everybody huggies. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I gotta head out, but enjoy the rest of the stream. Praise be to Ball. Thank you, sweet Sir Jassy. I appreciate it. Big knife, yes. How are you doing, lovely Jazzy? I hope that you have a wonderful night. I hope you're not going to bed because you are in pain or anything. Sleep well. Have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you later. Am I allowed to have my precious pals back now? Can I invite all my pals back, please? All right. The Oilers are the Edmonton's NHL hockey team. Cool. Okay. Huh. Good job. Excellent. I did not know that. I know you're shocked by that. Me not knowing sports things? Unbelievable. This has been a day full of surprises, has it not? It is but a pity Vidofnir cannot stay longer. Yes, I think it's fair to say that she timed her departure rather less well than her arrival. Well timed scarcely does it justice, but one moment later would have been a moment too late. Let us pray that the Asgardians who yet harbor doubts will take these events to heart and accept the truth of Sir Aemric's words. 'Tis only meet, 'tis only meet that I inform. Okay, that's strange old English-y. Well, 'tis only meet that I inform Tataru of what has occurred here. If you have need of me, I shall be at Fortemps Manor. Allow me to accompany you. Tataru could never forgive me if I left for the Rising Stones without saying goodbye. I like his little mini ponytail. Or braid? I guess there's like two rungs in the braid. A moment, pal. I wish a word. Tell me, does Thancred seem quite well to you? I'm not sure I put it into words, but, So, you sense it too? A subtle change, imperceptible to most. I myself did not notice it at first, but upon closer examination, I saw that his etheric flow had been irreparably disrupted. As a result, I strongly suspect that his ability to manipulate ether has been compromised. Simply put, Thancred may no longer be able to wield magics. It would do much to explain why he chose to remain within the wilderness instead of seeking us out. He would have been compelled to rely solely on traditional methods of travel, significantly prolonging his journey. And when he learned that a nearby beast tribe was making preparations to summon a primal, it may well have seemed more sensible to wait. But this is still little more than speculation. Until I have proof, pray speak no word of it. Right then. I should be on my way. Krile may have charmed Master Motoya for now, but who can say how long that will last. Yay! Hi, cutie Storm Talon! Hello. Come to the party. You're invited. Alright, let me see. We gotta go on a quick break. Oh my god, I've been stretching so much today, dude. I am tired. Please make sure you guys hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. Dogs, this is also your meds money in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Mind checking DM during break or when possible? Sure, I will check DMs during break. Yes. Oh, and Iridius, darling, thank you so much for the care package. Yeah. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go. Yeah, you know the drill. Mwah. All in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. suddenly China. Surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki. Surprise communism. It says left joystick, doesn't it? Isn't that what it says? Oh. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Fucking where are you going? Here I come. I look like some kind of bizarre mosaic.
Hi. I'm so glad you like the emojis. Engage. I'm speaking to. Whoa. Wow. Wow. Someone throw fish. Don't you dare. Don't you. Everyone, back to your positions. Hi, Save. Oh God. Gigantify the Tau, I see. Hi, sweetest Save. How are you? Oh my. I am moving through the screen into your ear holes. Here I come. Here I come. Hi, Engage. How are you? I look like some kind of bizarre mosaic. Hi. I'm so glad you like the emoji. Let me see. I actually haven't noticed the helicopter in quite some time as well, but I thought it was a funny joke. It is a funny joke. I can't believe, do I need to? No, okay. Ah! Ah! No. Ah! Okay, I give up. But we are not done with it, if that makes sense. Damn, it's late. Should be getting home. Cowder's been eating a ton lately after cram school. He'll probably have to. There you go. Now you got a Roblox channel. Woohoo! Lav definitely doesn't play Roblox. No.
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Crying lol, but fuck, that was really funny. Engage? I'm talking to you. I'm speaking directly to you, Engage. I'm moving through the screen. I am moving through the screen into your ear holes. Here I come. Here I come. Hi, Engage. How are you? I look like some kind of bizarre mosaic. Hi. I'm so glad you like the emojis. Engage. Hello, my darlings. Oh, welcome back. I'll let you finish your words, and then we'll jump back over. Into your ear holes. Here I come. Here I come. Hello, sweetie pie. Hi, Engage. How are you? I look like some kind of bizarre mosaic. Hi. I'm so glad you like the emojis. Engage. I'm speaking to. Whoa. Wow.
Onto my lunch. Jesus.
Alrighty, back over we go. That was our last break, I do believe. I will probably turn off raids in about 45 minutes. Yeah, 45 minutes is good. 45. Okay, fine. I did 45 minutes. 45 minutes. Did I fix it? I did it. I did it. Okay. Uppies for you, precious Patricia. Patricia, cutie cat. Welcome back, uppies. Good cat. Thank you for the bleep, BX. Welcome on in, lovely love. How are you, lovely uppies? Good love. How are you guys doing? Toby, did I see you asking if we have a movie night? We do. We have a movie night this week. If you would like to know what time, please head over to the Discord, and it'll be in your local time in the events and schedule channel. Also, I love the hi, Engage. How are you? Terrifying. All right, let me see here.
All right, Fortumman. Down this way. Yeah. Welcome back, incredible Eisen. There's a way to do this. Isn't there? I think you can. Okay, uppies for Eisen. Good Eisen. Lovely Joseph. No worries, sweetie pie. It was good to see you. I hope you can sleep better today too, sweetie pie. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us, and hopefully we'll see you on Friday, day after tomorrow, for some art. Ozzy, your uppies got missed. Oh no, uppies! Ah! There you go. Uppies for Joseph too. Hey. Whoa, pretty stars. Pretty stars. All right, let me see. Inside the manor. Is there one every week? There's not. I actually let you guys save up using the, you may notice that we've got like the community game, what is it? Hold on. On-stream community games. So if you look there, you can see that the movie night has been completed, the storytelling stream has been completed. So I basically kind of cycle through, and once you guys reach your movie night goal, then I let you guys decide, like vote on what movies you'd like to watch or movie you'd like to watch, and also the date and time that you'd like to watch it. You know, in accordance with when I'm available to host it, basically. But you guys are the ones who get to pick the movies. So it's not every week, but it is once you guys finish your channel point goals. Yeah. Gonna take the opportunity to part now before the deep state satellite jammer blocks my cell service and stops me from watching you. All good, Patricia. We'll see you later. Thanks for dropping in. All right. No worries, Ozzy.
That Vidofnia should chance to arrive even as the girl fell. Truly, I could not have planned it better myself.
It's almost like the writers planned it.
Ah, good. We were afraid you might have left.
That makes sense. Unfortunately, we'll make it. Next time, perhaps. Thanks. No worries, Terrific Toby. I'm sorry. Is it a bad time, or is it just like not? Like, is it like Greg was saying? Oh, that's 3 a.m. Or is it just that like you're busy during that time or something? My messages in anyone's chat tend to go completely void. Not even show up in chat overlays. That's weird. I wonder why. I'm seeing them. I'm seeing them. Aww.
A shield, my lord?
A special shield. A Hoshafon shield.
Fit for a true knight. An expression of our gratitude to you and yours. Long overdue. But there is something else I would discuss ere you part. Something which cannot leave this room. My father will soon step down as head of our house.
Oh. Why?
Sir Emmerich was not the only one to fall under suspicion following the death of the Archbishop. There are some who believe my father complicit in a coup d'etat. Thus he intends to renounce his title to absolve our house of suspicion and secure the support of our peers.
I see. Okay. Makes sense.
Surely there must be another way to convince houses Durandare and Zamail.
So I said to him. Alas, he will not budge. Ever since I was a child, I knew that I would one day succeed my father. The thought of it filled me with pride. Yet once I learned the day was at hand, my heart was filled with naught but dread. Our legacy is built upon the lies of our forefathers. In accepting this title, am I not perpetuating this injustice? Why should I become the next count?
Twitch chat is literally IRC. I'm not sure how that would happen without a message being unable to connect to chat. Yeah, that is fair. I do wonder that. I mean, unless like someone has you, you know, like on like monitoring or something like that. But even then, someone should be seeing it. I got work the next 13 days. I do not have a sleep schedule due to work, so even if it is 5 a.m., the stream started at 3. It is completely fine. Movie night simply misplaced. Oh, damn, that's right. Yeah, that's right. You work like for an entire fortnight in a row, don't you? I'm so glad you like your job. I am so happy you like your job so much, Toby. But yeah, hopefully we can catch you for another movie night. That'd be great. The night lives to serve.
You sound just like him. Aye, I suspect that is what Horchefon would have said. To aid those in need. When you look on that shield, I trust you will remember his words. And should I once more find my resolve wavering, I ask that you show me the way. You are a sister to Horchefon. Will you be a sister to me as well?
Oh.
Come, Manalaine. There's much to be done. For Father, and for Sir Emmerich, and for Ishgard.
I'm happy you're happy about me being happy with my job. I'm happy you're happy about me being happy about you being happy with your job.
To think we share the same blood.
Oh no! I don't want to be Emma's
excuse
sister. I would like to be Artoriel's sister and not Emmelane's sister. Is that possible?
Those were the days of promises and vows, of tentative first steps into an uncertain future. A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen. Born of good and evil, of light and darkness, and shepherded by our hand.
You're so
be it for
understanding.
weal, or be it for woe.
That's what the dragon said. From the memoirs of Count Edmond de Fortemps. Heavensward, as goes light, so goes darkness. Interesting. I get a wind-up Horchefon! Oh, I get to carry him with me. Do you think he'll sit on my shoulder? Vegeta! How are you, honey? Welcome on in. I'm gonna need a serious rest this weekend. This week is stressful for too many reasons. That is fair. I think everyone should have a rest on the weekend. I'm very bad at resting myself, but I hope others do. Congrats, you finished patch 3.1. Oh, awesome. I was gonna say, that was a very, like, definitive, kind of, like, epilogue-y sort of, you know, like, narration. Thank you for the care package, Valiant Vegeta. This is thy proof. The Garoon Oracles. Apocrypha. Oh, who is this? It is truth long forgotten. A tale of the beginning and of the path we have been set upon. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Our fates were ordained long ago, Archon. The Garleans are no exception, nor the Triad. You know what must be done. I'm just staring at him. What's he even doing in here? Is this is the library that we did that? Is that LSA? That looks like a LSA or that looks like Levelure pants feet pants pant feet.
Well, everyone has their orders. The masks will attack as soon as all units are in position. The Imperials won't know what hit them. I fear it will be bloody. By Roger, it better be! We cannot stay here forever either. We have other responsibilities. I know full well what my responsibilities are, and I mean to fulfill them. Every one.
In like mining encampments? The Pillin. So it goes. And so it goes. I always know that light is here because this is where light is always whenever I walk out of there. And if light is not there, then I know light is probably asleep. Or there's something very wrong. Light would never miss an opportunity to be coolly crouched on this particular spot. All right, let's see. Magitechnical difficulties. Where do we gotta go with it? Oh, goody! I thought we were done with, Oh, no, is this a different area? Castrum Sentry. Castrum Sentry. I thought we had been there before. Guess not. Right. I hope I'm doing the right thing. Oh, wait, stop! Sorry, I just realized that's not a story quest. As it once was is literally right next to us. Sorry. Stupid! Stupid! Alright. Elegy butts. Is that what you call an epilogue? Elegy butts?
Alphanor! Tal! I've been looking all over for you. We've received news regarding Flamine, Hoary Boulder, and Coltonet.
Really? Has something happened?
No, it's nothing bad. Quite the opposite, in fact. It seems that once they learned the Scion's good name had been restored, they boarded the next ship bound for Limsa. They should be arriving any moment now. It's easy to forget how useful link pearls are, isn't it? When they work, I mean. And you don't mind being spied on.
Quite. But what wonderful news! To think that our reunion is close at hand. A pleasure to see you too, Alphino. Ah, Thancred and Kryl. What brings the two of you here? Kryl and I have been looking into how we might track down Minfilia.
And we may just have found the answer.
I still love TauTassieTiger's. I have returned. Finally got a shiny Pokemon that I've been hunting for almost 2 months. What was it, Ronnie? And congrats. What's your theory about the cultists in the robes with the masks? I actually have no idea. I just thought they were bad guys, so I'm still trying to reform that thought in my mind. Immaculate voice acting, by the way. Do you ever strain your voice? Oh, thank you. I'm really glad you like it, lovely Toby. Thank you so much. I don't really strain my voice. No, I do a lot of like warm-ups and I am technically a professional voice actor. I do get paid to use my voice in games, animation, audio dramas, commercials, stuff like that. Audiobooks. But so I do a lot of like exercises and stretches and warm-ups and stuff. The only time that I've strained my voice was when you guys remember this from like several months back, where after those chargebacks I like lost my shit and I screamed into a pillow and I did not take any measures to protect my voice and my voice was fucked for like 3 weeks. Hi there, lovely Lona. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. A shiny Yanmega. That's awesome. Congrats, darling. Doing very well though, lovely Loner. And being bad guy seems like a pretty solid theory, to be honest. Thank you. I think so too. But I mean, they're talking to Oriange. So I assume that there's got to be some kind of moral grayness there. They can't just be pure evil. Is Oriange's not evil? I don't think, hopefully. You must have a good core then too. I do work out. I work out in general as well. So like I try to keep my whole entire being in good shape. And it is true that being in good physical condition can be of assistance in making sure that you have like proper breath control and remain and keep your throat and your voice healthy. I do remember that. I remember after said few weeks, you really bounced back in a big way. Yeah, do you remember when I was like literally, I think I was literally talking like this and I was basically whispering, and every single time that I would say or do anything that was like above about here, it would be this like sound. It was terrible. I remember trying to do auditions, and every single time that I'd try and do like a laugh or something, it'd be like, and I was like, fuck, I cannot get this. Props to you. Keep up the good work. I'm impressed. Oh, thank you, Toby. You're so sweet. We once more, we have another very precious, very quality cutie pie pal who has come back from multiple streams, and I'm so grateful that you have, terrific Toby. I really am. No, seriously, thank you. You're so sweet. You've been so lovely since you first came in just a few streams ago, and I'm really grateful to have you sticking around. Oriange's alignment is Elizabeth. This is Elizabethan. His pronouns are Shakespeare. I feel like that's kind of the vibe I got from him when reading his text. Like everyone in this game kind of speaks more or less a little bit like Old Englishy, but with him, I was like, fuck, dude, I gotta like read over every single dialogue box that he puts out because it is so like borderline archaic the way that he talks. I need to eat because I have a doctor's appointment later today at noon, so I'll be lurking and sleeping. All good, lovely Ronnie. Sleep wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams of your incredible shiny hunt success. Well done. I have issues with my cords. They are too close to each other and I stream them way too easily. Trained for years, but one wrong move and I cannot speak for a week. Oh no, that's not good. Is it, when you say you strain them way too easily, have you, do you do like, are you a singer, a growler? Are you a voice actor? I wonder if I gave you some exercises, if that would help to loosen up your cords a bit. Speaking of breathing, manual breathing for everyone now. Oh, fuck, loner. Oh, no. Don't feel your pinky. It is itchy. Oh, no. Don't worry about your bones. They're wet. I hate that. Tal, when you were fleeing Uldar with Minfilia, you said that Hydaelyn spoke to her shortly before you parted ways, yes? Well, assuming that is true, and I see no reason to suspect that it is not, it seems reasonable to conclude that Hydaelyn commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, the Mother Crystal directly interceded to guide Minfilia. Admittedly, this is still quite hypothetical, but I propose that such intervention, however subtle, must surely leave some residual trace. A lingering disturbance in the ether, or ripple, if you will. In order to establish the existence of such ripples, of course, we will require suitable data. Fortunately, I know where such data can be found. The battleground where Tau felled the Ultima weapon, and the site of my personal ignominy. 'Twas there that Hydaelyn intervened to shield her from the magic I invoked. Kryl and I will infiltrate the castrum and analyze the ether therein. The two of you? Alone? I have a proven knack for subterfuge, and I am confident there will be sufficient nooks and crannies in which to hide Kryl while the patrols pass. Besides, if you and Tau come along, who will see to Flamine's grand homecoming? When you put it like that, very well, I will trust in your plan. I know not whether this data will yield a means to find Minfilia, but it will at the very least eliminate another avenue of inquiry. Tataru and I will return to the Rising Stones and make preparations for our comrades' return. Might I impose upon you to meet them at the Liminson docks? Then I shall see the four of you at the Rising Stones. Safe travels. Let me see. Yeah, last gift before I go to work. Bye-bye, y'all. Be awesome as always, Palsters. Lovely Loner, always a pleasure to see you. I gotta tell you, I am still so impressed with your founder badge. It is so cool to see that after over 3 years of streaming. And thank you for being here, lovely OG Loner. Appreciate you, sweetie pie. Have a great one at work, okay? Let's see. I am a nothing. I am simply a man with issues with his vocal cords. I had to go to I forgot the word to train my voice. The voice doctor. The voice doctor. I wish I was going to sleep. Oh yeah, poor loners in Europe. I am opening a monster can at my desk, praying the desk doesn't try to steal it again. You better watch out. It's gonna be like, bump. In Japanese, Orienge's language equivalent is heavy use of formal keigo and a lot of long-winded and poetic structure. Well, it's fitting then. Fitting to be very Shakespearean. Thank you for the care package, Chelsea. I am trying. Oh, loner. Sorry, sweetie. Let me know if I can ever help with anything, okay? Kitty Kata, I love that you still have that, like you have like the entire thing as the emote. That's so cute. Posting the art channel? Let me have a look. Let's have a look. Oh, wow. This is beautiful, darling. You did a great job on your dragon. It's so cute. It's a Pocky dragon. Cute. The hybrid Rain Ring and Nightwing mix. Oh, that's so cute. I love it. I can definitely tell it's Pocky. That's so cool. Well done. Well done. Love it. Excellent work. By the way, Tao, take a really close look at my mask. Okay. I love the glowing blue eyes. They're very cool. And is that when your character blinks that they dim and come back on? And the feeling is mutual. This stream has been a beacon of light and joy. Oh, that goes for everyone here. Oh, Toby, you're so sweet. Here, I think, yeah, I think that you probably deserve that. You haven't been here super long, but like you have never done anything that is out of the realm of what is appropriate in the pouch. So you get that. You get that. I have it on things and as an emote. I love that kitty Kata. I'm so glad you like it so much. Pocket so neat. Precious politely so neat. Hi, gorgeous. You guys even checked out the most incredible velvety voice vixen vampire. Please check out Precious Politely Wicked. A fellow streamer who does a lot of stuff that you don't see here very much, but has such an incredibly soothing and pleasant voice to listen to. Such a chill vibe. Plays lots of really cool games, things that I can't handle, but she's way smarter than me, so yeah, please go check her out. Let me see. Thank you, Ty. I'm very proud of it, as you should be, lovely Nyx, as you should be. It's when I hit the visor down/up button on my character pane. Oh, that's cool. Interesting. Okay. You got work in the morning, so I need sleep. All good, Swedish Shadowgun. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you so very much for coming in, spending some time with us. All right. Let's see here. We gotta go to Limsa. To the lower decks. I think that's a Star Trek show, isn't it? Star Trek Lower Decks. It's really subtle and I love that. It is actually very cool. You're like crying out. Oh no, Toby, don't cry. You're all good, sweetie. No, I am very bad about it. So again, if you don't have a VIP mark, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're not like, you know, behaving in a way befitting of Precious Pals or anything. But like I tend to give VIPs to personal friends of mine or people who embody what I want to see in the channel. I want people to basically, if people come into this channel, I want them to see people with the VIP mark and be like, okay, that's the kind of behavior that's expected here. So, if you have a VIP badge, it basically means that you're the mascot of the pouch. You know, you're very appreciative for your behavior and being in touch with the community and how we interact, basically. Let me see. I do feel kind of like a Gundam villain in this mask, but that's okay. I actually, to be honest, so I'm telling, I thought that you, when I saw that mask, I was thinking of Joker from Persona 5. Fucking sick. Love the art you did for me. Oh, I need to actually show you a picture on the shirt with it on there. Although sadly the sticker died in the move. No, we'll get you different sticker. But I can't wait to see the shirt. Oh fuck, I forgot her voice. I think I actually gave her a Southern Belle voice, I'm pretty sure. Oh, Tao! How you been? Come here, let me have a good look at you. Thank the 12. One hears the strangest tales in foreign lands. I worried about you every day. About you all every day. Oh, I don't remember either of these guys. He's getting my mobster accent because they all get that. Poor Rogadins. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be like speciesist. I can't figure out something alternative for him. This getup is going to look so goofy when I have big honkin' shield strapped to each arm. I don't remember him though. I get elven vibes though. So British you get. More stereotyping. Okay. We would have sent word sooner, but the Braves afforded us no opportunity. When they fell upon us in the market, it was all we could do to escape. Tataru found her way to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter above a Hunnish vessel. It pained us to not be there when you needed us most. But we made the most of it, didn't we, Coltonet? Studied, trained from dusk till dawn, we did. We would have sent word sooner, but we knew not whom to trust, and with the vast distance. But those dark days are behind us at last. I shall be glad indeed to return home and speak with my daughter. Uh-oh, don't tell her. Don't tell her Minfilia's missing, she'll be sad. What do you mean she's missing? How could you let this happen? Forgive me, I'm sure you're doing everything in your power to find her. Stancred must be. He's watched over her from the first, long before me, and he will watch over her to the last. I shall pray for her safe return, and I'll busy myself in the meantime. For a certainty, there is much and more to be done. The Braves may have bloodied us, but the path remains. We shall not be swayed from it. Aye, that's the spirit! To the Scions and a long overdue reunion! Huzzah! Good old hoary Boulder. Hey Emma, welcome on in. Minfilia has gone to a farm upstate. Nah! She'll come back. Well, there you have it. To the Rising Stones. You guys were not kidding. They do have a lot more cutscenes than in A Realm Reborn, don't they? But are they voiced? And that's the real question. It's him! I recognize that two-rung braid anywhere.
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
How goes the warding of the heavens? It's going great, lovely Emma. I'm having a great time. Thank you for asking. Not me filleting fish and WoW while waiting for rares to spawn with Zelda. Oh, that sounds fun though, cutie cata. Good memories there. Zog, welcome in, Zog. Thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here.
Let us be about our business then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
Does he have heterochromia? Or was it the lighting there?
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know. I don't think you favored me with so much as a single compliment since we set out.
I think he's got the PTSDs, but I don't think he's the same dude anymore, man.
Tell me, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
This is not nice, Kryle.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Interesting. He does. Oh, probably because of his experience in the ether current, just like Y'shtola. I wonder if he's half blind as well. I don't know if is that eye as white as Y'shtola's? I don't think it is. Interesting. Like a good neighbor, Minfield is there.
Call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me. It is true. But not in the way you think. 15 years passed, when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ul'dah. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed. I feared she would never recover. But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path. She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoire, every scions. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future.
Oh.
She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
Oh.
My apologies. I can see she means the world to you. I did not mean to pick at old scars.
Oh, good recovery.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend.
Oh.
When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydalin's intervention will lead us to her.
That's a cute scene. That's a cute scene. I do see why you guys like Kryle so much already. She's great. They? I think she. I think she? What are her pronouns? Alright. Back to Modana. Wait. Yes.
Yeah! Revenant's Tower!
I love Thancred's heartfelt love and respect for Minfilia. Me too, me too. It's interesting because I don't know if he had said that with his old voice actor in his old skin. I don't know if I would have believed it because he is such a little playboy boy. But I believe it as dad cred. I believe it as dad cred for sure. Kryle is the sweetest potato. Kryle's best girl. She's very cute. She's super cute. You're back again. Welcome back, precious Patricia. State Farm is an American insurance company. They're known for their jingle, like a good neighbor. State Farm is there. Ha! Yeah, I know that one. I know that one. Dad cred. I like dad cred. He gets more dad cred. It feels good to be home again. Wait, wrong voice. It feels good to be home again. To think that everyone is waiting for us just beyond those doors. Friends and family with whom we have shared so much. God's helped me, but the older I get, the more sentimental I become. Come, let's not keep him waiting. Porian is rah! Thank you for the care package, precious Patricia. Thought that it was great, but she's got that ever so slightly evil edge to her, which we all love. Yeah, I wouldn't say evil per se, but I would definitely say conniving, gremlin energy.
They're also one of the worst insurance companies out there, and there are tons of stories about them screwing people over, but their commercials are pretty funny. In Australia, we have Amy. I don't actually know how good or bad they are as an insurance company, but now that one's stuck in my head too. Patricia, a piece. Good Patricia. Got like 30 minutes or so left to stream. Potentially. If we don't get any raids in the next 10 minutes, I'm gonna say probably 30 minutes. If we do, then probably closer to an hour, but yeah. These are good insurance companies. State Farm is not. I don't know if Amy is. I haven't used Amy. Eliane, F me! It fills my heart with joy to see you both hale and healthy. What about Higgity? She is well, though abroad on a mission at present. Just wasn't the same without you. Welcome back, milady. Aw. I will forget all of the extra characters here. I don't know who this is. Who are you? Who are you? We could do more of that around. Heartfelt reunions with stalwart companions. Brings a bloody tear in my eye. Amy isn't that bad in terms of allowances and paybacks. They're just kind of expensive overall. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Some uppies for Daniel. Daniel. Alliance has the most pervasive ads in my experience. Yeah, no kidding. True, that goddamn bird ad annoyed me to no end. Aussies know what I'm talking about. It's true. Oh man, Patricia, I feel you. I experienced it recently when I went to go and see the new Spider-Man movie. Beforehand, you know how they've stopped doing like trailers so much, and now they do like commercials. Yeah, the Alliance ad. We got there 5 minutes before the show was supposed to start, and it played 4 times. My car is insured by Alliance. I haven't seen any ad like that. Oh, fair enough. Today, Tau has currently done 6 quests. Whoopsie! Have I talked that much? Goodness gracious. The ones with the best payback are usually the most expensive. If you're confident you'll never need them, those ones are probably not the right fit. That's fair. The secret to oneself in a ship's hold to secret oneself in a ship's hold to secure safe passage to a faraway land. This is a tale we all know too well. When they are well rested, I should like to seek a formal introduction. Why wait, my friend? Come, there's no need to be shy. Pray grant me a moment longer at least. Though I am happy to oblige you, my legs are rather less accommodating. Glad there I am to be here. I cannot help but think of those who have yet to return. Once we have settled in, I would join the search. Okay! What in the 7 L's drove my little brother to come to Mortona? Okay, we got Hoary Boulder and Ochre Boulder. Ochre Boulder? I'm with anything. Take me by the hand, take me somewhere new. Yeah, I'm gonna bash my head against the wall. Everyone thinks they won't need insurance until they need insurance. Also true. Brainworm jingles have infected poor Patricia. Why you, brother? You and the Scions, of course. For 1,000 days I trained, that I might grow as strong as you. That I might fight alongside you. Yet, now that you're here, I sense that you have surpassed me once more. No, do not tell me. You trained with Hanish, did you not? Your eyes do not deceive, brother. Aye, I have studied the trials of the braves and drunk deep of the souls of mine enemies. Oh my god. Oh my god. Their ads aren't in my feeds, nor any insurance company for that matter. I haven't seen an insurance ad in many years. They're completely outside my algorithm. I don't have them in my algorithm, but they do pay to be seen on big screens for sure. Become a space explorer just to get away from it. Their voice is becoming more and more redneck. That is true. That is true. I'm losing track. I have too many of these like bit characters that may not appear again.
It's been so long since I've seen them all like this. Too long.
'Twas the chaos born of my foolish ambition which forced them to flee. Though they all returned, there are others yet missing. Others whom we cannot forsake.
We'll find them, Alphanor! I know we will! Minfilia, Ether, Pabalimo, every last one! And when they walk through these doors, we'll be here to welcome them home. With me at the head of the queue, of course.
Cute. Their voices becoming more and more redneck. Tau, yo, Otendo, yo! Howdy, how's it going?
Welcome on in.
Thancred and Kryle contacted us a short while ago. It would seem that the foray into Castrum Meridianum... Oh god, I hate this one. Meridianum. There we go. It would seem that the foray into Castrum Meridianum bore fruit. They asked that we rendezvous with them and Ishtala and Idleshire, where they will share their findings. Rude though it is to depart without speaking to the guest of honor, I expect she will forgive me if I return with her daughter. Probably true. What are you doing there, eh? You playing them video games? Always playing them video games, except when we're doing arts. But yeah, that's right, that's what we're doing. We're playing them video games. How are you doing, Otendo? How are things going? Why am I talking like this? I think you activated this by typing how you typing. You playing them video games? All right. Idleshire. Kids in them game, boys. Good, just in a great mood today. I'm so happy to hear that, Otendo. Fantastic. Very, very happy to see that you are doing so well. Alrighty, let's see. Let's go see a cutie called Ryle. It's rainy as fuck here. What's the edgiest umbrella that they have in this game? My apologies. I see I am the last to arrive. So, what news have you for us? Well, as we postulated, there were indeed what appeared to be the remnants of an unexplained disturbance in the ether at the scene of the Ultima Weapon's destruction. A ripple at odds with the presiding pattern. Though faint, the waveforms bore a strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of Val, when I believed Hydaelyn shielded me with the blessing of light. To confirm our findings, we paid a visit to the Silda Aqueducts. There, we detected the same waveform, but orders of magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance. Hydaelyn. There is no other explanation. But there is more. When I studied the site where Ishtala used flow, it appeared that not 2, but 3 beings had been affected. Yet unlike Ishtala and Thancred, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there, and then not. Now, recall your visions of a vast crystal floating in a sea of ether. Though this too is but a theory, studies of gifted subjects suggest that when communing with Hydaelyn, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Hydaelyn interceded. 2. A third being was caught in Ishtala's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3. Hydaelyn may have the capacity to summon the consciousness of gifted individuals to her side. You are implying, I take it, that Hydaelyn guided Minfilia into the compass of my magic, that she might summon her body and soul unto the ethereal sea. In which case, we must needs continue our search there. For a blessing, the means to do so already exists. I speak of the Anti-Tower, the Chalayan construction conceived to provide scholars a vantage point over the ethereal sea. Though I know not where its entrance lies, we need only ask its last custodian, a contrary old crone who, for another blessing, refused to join the Exodus. Master Matoya was a keeper of the Anti-Tower? I had no idea! Then our course is indeed clear. We must petition her aid once again. This conversation confuses me. I'm definitely pronouncing it wrong. It's like, if I were like recording this for something, I would not have said for a blessing like that. It was confusing because I said it weird. My bad, sorry. The edgiest umbrella, the black embroidered parasol. Is it quite gothic? Scotland! Oh, also, yep, let me turn off our raids real quick. Alright, 1 second. Alright, cool. What is this game called? This is Final Fantasy XIV, Otendo. Very gothic. That's cool. Black lace and frills. That's pretty cool. Does anyone have it? I'd like to see it. Poor Master Matoya spends decades alone unbothered and then is bothered every other day by her apprentice and friends. That's true. Gotta feel a little bit bad for her. But I think she's glad for the company. Is it that hard to get to her? Damn. What is the best way to get there? Have we not been there?
Oh, can I hitch a ride? Pretty please, whee!
I'll show you where we gotta go. I have no idea. This is like super... Apparently I haven't been here before? I thought I had, because we've definitely talked to her. Maybe she's moved somewhere else. Final Fantasy 14? Why is there 14? It's called Final Fantasy. Final. Yeah, nah. They can have... It's the final part of each Final Fantasy until they make another one, you know? There's also the ribboned parasol with, which is black with red ribbons, but I think the ribbons really soften the look. Ooh, I do love that. That sounds very pretty. Before stream ends, I wanted to tell you, I wanted to let you know that today was a lovely and fun stream. Thank you for taking the time to do it for us. Oh, of course. Thank you for taking the time to come in and say hi and spend so much time with us. It looks pretty edgy with the right outfit. I believe it. Oh, it's Dungeons time? Should be called Fantasy 14. No. I can't do that. I'm afraid we can't do that. Oh no, I've lost Storm Talon. Oh, sorry, I missed that message. Time for me to head back to my data center as I don't think there's time for a dungeon tonight. You don't reckon? We still have about 45, well, actually we have 50 minutes until our next ad. And I'm happy to go right up against that if you reckon. This was Final Fantasy. They didn't go bankrupt and the name stuck. Yeah, I think there was, someone said that was kind of a rumor, but it is kind of a fun rumor, isn't it? Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Thank you so much, lovely light. I appreciate you.
Oh, what a surprise. Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time?
Oh, it pains me to admit it. Your words strike close to the mark. We humbly ask that you grant us entry to the Anti-Tower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported into the ethereal sea.
And who told you I could do such a thing, I wonder?
The shrug. It's also getting late for me and I should probably get off for bed. Oh, fair enough, sweetest Storm Talon. No worries, sweetie pie. I just didn't want you to, like, if you were gonna, stay up and do some more stuff and you were just like, oh, well, geez, Tao, if you told me, I would have wanted to participate. No, that's more than fine. Please get some good rest. Each Final Fantasy is its own self-contained story aside from the odd exception. So they really are the first and final fantasies. That's true. That's true. Only 3 more days till Animega. That's awesome. Enjoy, Otendo. What are you most looking forward to?
The tower was abandoned to its magical keepers 15 years ago. They have the run of the place now. If that is no deterrent to you, then by all means.
Is that all? I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as custodian.
Role? Hardly. The Forum foisted the title on me. During the Exodus, every entrance to the anti-tower was sealed save one. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it. Such was the forum's final order to me. Well, I can remove the wards right now. Will you be going or not?
We will, Master Matoya. We will do whatever it takes to find Minfilia.
We'll see about that. You, Valdesian girl, you're staying here with me. I need your help to restore the wards to their original state. The rest of you can go, on the condition that you clean up the mess in the tower. If you encounter any unruly familiars, you're to tend to them. Those are my terms, and I will hear no argument. Well, it appears the mistress has spoken. Lead the way, Tau.
Anti-tower is accessible. Now, we can finish up now. Or we can do this, this party. We can do this party. We can do this dungeon right now. I'm actually gonna put a poll up, so you guys can help me decide if you would like to do it right now, or if you would like to start next stream with it. If you think that you will be able to join me now, probably vote for now. If you don't think that you'll be able to join me until next week, where we are starting a lot earlier than we're obviously ending, probably vote for next week. So, anti-tower today or next week. We will put today. Next week, please. All right, you guys have 3 minutes. Let me know if you would like to do this at this exact moment, or if you would like to wait until next week. Let me see. Tau, how well can you sound like Professor McGonagall?
Oh, whatever her name is. I've been told it's my mimicry is not actually that bad. So, for 10 points to Slytherin.
I can do it pretty well, from what the pals have said. Anti-Tower has the best final boss in the game, by the way. Truly the most beautiful and lovely of ladies. Oh, very nice. Tau McGonagall is very good. Glad you like it. Tactics is also an Evalice game, but like most of the connected titles, it's a spin-off. Amazing. You like that, Sophie? I'm down for a party. I'll bring the snacks. Okay, we got right meow. Looks like we got 3-1. Does anybody else? We actually, you definitely could still vote for next week and have enough time. You got 2 minutes. Let me know. It's not like an overwhelming amount of people have said today. We have 3 people who said today, 1 person who said next week. Where's the vote? It's in the chat. It's in chat. Does that mean we're done with Heavensward now? No. I think we still have quite a bit of. Well, I think it was last stream we finished base Heavensward, and now we're doing all the quests that bridge to the next one. I'm pretty sure. We still only have 3 people. We have 3 people say today. 1 for next week. Again, if you vote for today, we will do it literally right now, assuming that you. I would love to have, an extra couple of people here because we do have Lovely Light with us. But for next week, if you would like to, or you are available to join me about 4 hours earlier than this. 4 hours earlier than this is probably when we would do this. 1 week from today, 4 hours ago. If you think that you will be able to join me for that, then probably vote for that. But if you are, it looks like we do have a more overwhelming number now who want to do this today. Okay, well, you guys, let's start gathering the pals. We need 2 more pals. Does anyone wish to join Light and I? Light, I assume you would like to join, you would like to hang out with me in the dungeon? Just popped up. That was really slow on my end. Polls on mobile are weird in that you need to tap once on the stream to bring up the hotbar and stream title and the poll is there. Oh, that's kind of annoying. I'm glad that you have figured that one out though. We're done with the Heavensward base story and now we're doing the post-story content, which is about tying up loose ends. Aha! There you go. Do we have any pals who would like to? A shocking number of you said you want to do this today, but we don't have anybody who wants to join the party, hey?
Do we literally just want to go on into this with randos, which I'm nervous about because I'm in my tank gear? Maybe I won't be. Maybe I'll be less nervous if I'm a monk. Yeah, let's monk it up. Let's monk it up. There were multiple times I've been freaked out, like, I can't say the poll, what? And that's because the keyboard has been up. Oh, yeah. The NPCs are actually always good. Oh, do you not reckon that we should do it with other players? I didn't see if Light was... Oh, Light did say right meow, so I'm guessing Light is cool with being a part of this. We could just go with NPCs. Do you not get, like, benefits for going with other players, though? Shame they haven't introduced the patch where you can mix between players and NPC. Oh, so, like, I would have to leave Gray out if I said enter with a party of NPCs. Going with the other players is a little faster. All right, well, let's do this. And you'll be... Oh, you want to join as well, Lovely Lith? Awesome, sure thing. Come on in. The rewards are the same. Right, okay, that makes sense. That makes a sense. All right, let's see. I will let you come on in. Is there anybody else who would like to join us, or shall we have a fourth rando and hope that we get Pooh Man? Pooh Man was sweet. We like Pooh Man. I was actually in the anti-tower today and leveling roulette. Oh, nice! Oh, dang! That would have worked out. That would have worked out. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. I think it does drop 1 or 2 gear pickups as well to balance the fact that you get 100% of the gear. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Where does she sleep? I'm trying to find out where the fuck this lady sleeps. Does she sleep on the floor? Surely her back would not be thrilled with that. Where does she sleep? Does she meditate? I don't see her bed. Old ladies need beds. I'd be tempted to troll the healer on the last boss by going Gunblade and hitting Super Bullite on the pull. Oh no, not as much fun now that it no longer drops you to 1 HP though. We don't want to give people heart attacks, Storm Talon. We don't want to do that. No, no, no. Yeah, I don't know where this lady sleeps. Alright, Lovely Lith, are you in, darling? Let me see here. There's no pause online, no. Oh, Etheria. Transferring over. Yay! Let's go. Okay. I did that to my son one time when he was on his white mage. Oh my gosh, Storm Talon, mean parent. Here, I will just How long do you reckon this dungeon will take? Out of curiosity. Served him right. He'd been running ahead of me and pulling the whole time. Oh, well, that is one. That is... Wait, an entire hour? Do you reckon, Light? Okay, okay. We will be pushing it. We will be pushing it. If you think it'll take a whole hour. Oh, nah. Are you pranking me? Are you pranking me? No, this one is maybe 20 minutes. Oh, easy. Okay, great. That's perfect. Great. Phew! You scared me, darling. You scared me. I just realized you guys are going to see a fuck ton of me next week because we're going to be streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Meow! Are we not friends? Am I not your friend? Where's my lift? Where is my lift? Oh, wait. Lift is here. Why does it say offline? Or are you hiding? Are you hiding? All right. Ready? A lot of streams. What are they all for? We've got Demo Day Tuesday, Final Fantasy Wednesday, Blood of Dawnwalker Thursday, Art Friday, Storytelling Stream Saturday, Persona 5 Sunday. Yeah, that's next week. That's next week. I'm so excited. Depends on wipes. The other day had a lot of wipes in the Redacted dungeon on the final boss. I am so glad I am not playing tank right now. All right, let's get in here. Woohoo! Boom! It's time for the Bolini. All right, you got 5 minute of Bolini. Sorry, I started that timer before I actually brought the Bolini. All right, Bolini is here. Blood of Dawnwalker was the one I didn't know you were streaming because I knew about Storytime. Yeah, it's coming out and I wanted to play it on the day it comes out. Oh, surely we can find it under the DPS. Surely. Flip through the camera. I clicked it. Oh, you got Artstream playing too. Liv, you're a fucking legend. Thank you so much for the support, sweetheart. Got you muted for now. Oh, all good. Hi there, Outstanding Omega. How are you? Healer kept getting squished by various mechanics. Is there anything I should know about this one? How's FF14 coming along? It's going great, hon. Thank you for asking. You got bored, so you made something with Fanarts once again. Okay, I would check, but we are about to enter a dungeon where we have a random person with us, so they will not know what I am doing if I just stay behind. So I will have to check it after our dungeon, if you could remind me, please. Will it become a regular Thursday appearance until we finish Persona, or will it be put on hold and then replace Persona? I am not completely sure yet because Thursday is when I do my voiceover stuff, but it's probably gonna be at least a semi-regular thing. If you guys, like, really don't want me to play it on stream, I will try and find a time to play it offline because I really want to play that game. Yeah, I don't know for sure. We are gonna spend plenty of hours on it on that Thursday though. I think I'll probably start it fairly early in the morning. Yeah, I will play it however long I want to, I guess. And then yeah, if you guys are like, okay, this is way too dark, or like, oh, I don't like watching you play this or whatever, then I'll probably play it offline. But yeah. Ooh, wowzers! That's pretty cool. Nothing you need to know. It'll be funnier for us that way. Ah, so mean! Oops, sorry, I ran ahead. Sorry. Bad DPS. Slap on the wrist. I love the name of your rando, Solid Snack. Oh, is that their... Solid Snack is a great name. That's pretty sick. Understandable, go ahead. The pals can see it though. Yeah, pals, go have a look at Setu's amazing artwork. Won't be able to tune in on most Thursdays since it's the most busy day of the week for me, sadly. That's totally fair, Precious Patricia. No worries. Understandable. Yeah, I was hoping that we would be done with Persona by the time that I was hoping that we would be done with Persona by the time that it came out, but I will say that it will not be a permanent fixture on Thursdays. It will probably just be until I can finish Persona, and then I will put it on Sundays. So you won't miss all of it, but you might be confused whenever we do manage to get it over to Sundays, because I'm pretty certain we're going to be finishing the base Persona 5 this week. I'm pretty sure that's gonna happen on Sunday. And then we'll move into, you know, the probably, what, four or five more streams of DLC content, I think. Okay, Ty, I don't mean to alarm you, but Sedu posted peak. I'm not surprised. I'm really excited to see it. Sedu is renowned for posting peak, after all. Is it more of my Mawika self? Octop hasn't missed a beat with the art VODs. Up to the 11th one on the playlist. Ah, you guys, that's amazing. If you weren't here earlier, I was just letting you guys know that we've hit partial monetization. If you guys keep on going at this rate, we can hit full monetization. I can hire Strat. We can put like membership stuff on there. We can start doing longer form content on YouTube. Yeah, I think that'd be fucking awesome. And you guys have been powerhouses, absolute legends, to help us get there that quickly. So just doing what you guys are already doing is working a treat. Please do not stop. Please continue. And if you guys continue, there's a chance of having that be like probably the best fucking birthday present ever at this rate. Strat isn't hired already. I do try to pay him, but I can't pay him very much, unfortunately, because I'm also kind of, you know, paying mortgages and stuff. But yeah, no, I absolutely do try to throw money at him. But this is the way that he will be like actually paid. Finishing base P5 definitely seems like a this weekend event. As for Royal, I cannot say. Yeah. No, that's fair. That is fair. Oh shit, sorry. Yeah, Rich is you seem to know a lot about how much content you have left. Yeah, well, it's just because I asked Nate how much, not Nate, sorry. I asked a friend how much content was in Royal, and they said probably about 20 to 25 hours. And I'm like, okay, if we do like 6-ish hour streams, and we finish the base content here, like on this, like this week, then I think we're probably gonna be set for finishing Persona no later than like Halloween. Yeah, that's about Royal. Yeah, that's about Royal. Let's see. Congrats on monetization. Congrats to you guys! Thank you so much. Yeah, no, we've been partially monetized. Well, not, okay, wait, sorry. I should say we are able to apply to be partially monetized on YouTube at the moment. We haven't done so yet because Strat is dealing with some copyright claims and stuff like that, which is very sweet of him. We qualify for it, and then if we can qualify for full monetization by the end of September, then that would, like I said, that would be like what needs to happen in order to hire Strat on, and spend a lot more time and effort on like longer form videos as well. I may or may not decide that if we hit it by the end of September, maybe I will make if you guys really want me to, maybe I'll consider making a cover of some kind. So thank you. Been informed that we don't have classes today, and the school is celebrating our native language month. Oh, that's cool, Sedu. Wow, congrats on not having class, and that's very cool. That's a cool holiday. So many congratulations for getting partial YouTube monetization. So glad I got to help, and all the pals should be very proud of themselves for contributing however many hours they could. Absolutely, 100% they should. Please don't let up so that we can get fully monetized as well. But the partial monetization is obviously a huge milestone that I am incredibly grateful for. You guys are absolutely extraordinary. I did say like all of this for like 20 minutes earlier, but yeah. I'll be here either until stream ends or until my phone dies or load depletion. Okay, sounds good. No worries, lovely Sedu. Hopefully you can stick around for me to see your artworking. Say it again, I
Orca, how are you? Just praising the precious pals for how amazing you guys have been in getting us to the point of being able to qualify for partial monetization on YouTube. We do still want that full monetization so that we can hire Strat and start putting out like more quality, longer form, more heavily edited content. Yeah, I am so grateful to you guys. You guys are incredible. Oh fuck! That was scary. Why are we fighting a giant boulder called Jiggy? Onwards to full YouTube dollar! Woo! It'll be so appreciated, cuties. It really would. Just saying in advance of next week. Congrats on full of next week. I think there's 1,000 hours left. Because it was like 1.5 last week for the partial. Sorry, 1.5 for the full, and I think it was 500 for the partial. And so you have just the partial, which means there's probably about a K left. Congratulations in the future! How are you doing, Upstanding Orc? It's so good to see you. How have things been? How have things been? Uh-oh, what do I do? Uh-oh,
Well,
do I run away?
on that happy note, I am going to take my leave before my bus gets to the place where the phone service goes out. See you all on Friday, lovely talent pals.
Nice. All good, Precious Patricia. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's been a pleasure. I'll be heading off. My boss called me for something special. Thanks for the stream, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us, terrific Topi. I really do appreciate it. It's been a joy to have you as well. Enjoy your work, and we will hopefully see you, if we're lucky, on Friday for some arting. Enjoy your special job. The special part of your job. I actually missed you seeing that persona for the first time. Oh, that persona. If you come on in on Sunday, we can talk about it. Paula's heading off. I hope you have an amazing whatever time it is for you. 100%. Her reaction was pretty funny. Oh, that persona. Yes, I know that persona now. Upon reading that. Yeah, that was a persona, all right. That was a person. Yeah, that was very weird. Did anyone mention that persona actually has a figurine you can buy? I don't think so. Is it a figurine or is it, you know, something else? Because, I mean, I'm not surprised by either one, but I'm also slightly disappointed. I'm gonna take off for a bit too. It is one of the 3 R's time. Oh, is it time to run right or right? Not. It's actually a real figurine by one of the major Baishoujo figurine vendors. Wow. That is fascinating. It's running time! Ooh, I hope you have a great run. Is it cool enough? I guess you'll probably have to switch up your timing for your runs and stuff come summer, huh? You wouldn't want to be out there at this time in like 40 degrees. It's warm today. It's not gonna give you a heat stroke hot, hey? Great thing to display on a coffee table, don't you think? I would be very curious. And if I hadn't played Persona, I probably would have, if that was on someone's coffee table and they were like some kind of an artist or something, I'd be like, ah, you too are a man of culture. But, yeah, now that I know it's Persona, I'd be like, you're on 4% battery? Oh, no, Saru! Oh, sleepy.
How Sabrina. Adorable dolls. Terrible dolls. Yippo-ho!
Yippo-ho! Oh, they are very scary. Nath would stop playing this game right now. He's so scared of dolls and clowns, dude. Oh my god, these are very creepy. Oh, I hate them. Like 15C? Okay, that's pretty warm for a run. Oh god, I hate them. They're pretty fucking horrifying, aren't they? They're cute. Interesting opinion there. Brina, Halsa. Okay, ping is pretty bad. Be careful with the early pulls. Okay, all right. Oh. Are we trying to like focus one of them at a time? Yeah. Holy shit. I hate that they spin around like that. That's scary. God, the is a very freaky sound too. Like lasers sawing through. What? Why are they back? Oh my god. Like what I was gonna say is like lasers sawing through oh god. What do I need to do? Best boss. Best boss income. Oh my god! Yikes! What is that? Why do I have an eyeball? Oh, fuck. It's Halcabina. It's scary. It's Halcabrata. She's so pretty. I think I might have be looking at a different thing than you are. It looks like it's open. They have lasers? I know, and when they do the laser thing, it really does sound like powerful lasers shearing through metal. Like that, like, sound. Horrifying. Owie? I'm a baby! Why am I a baby? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm very, very, very bad baby. Bad baby. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Liz, for saving me from my fate of babydom. Babydom? Okay, this bitch. This bitch shook. Thank you so much for doing this, Liz, even though I know that the king is bad. Thank you so much for being our wonderful, amazing tank. This is the boss I hit Super Bowl light on to troll my son. Oh my god. This kid would have been like, Dad, what the fuck? When you can, something definitely worth looking at has been posted in the general section. Just want to make it clear no one's done anything wrong. Okay. I will have to have a look at that. Thank you for letting me know. Amazing! Well done. Good job, team. Oh, it's so creepy. What, still pretty? You think it's still pretty? Scary. Oh no, not more of that. Oh, thank God. I thought that now that they were back, we were just gonna be stuck in an endless loop. Devastating loop. The king's all here. Hey, you should have just in time. Alrighty, thank you so much, you guys. Super appreciate it. Hugs for you. Yay, thank you so much. Lovely lip and gorgeous correct. Wait! No! Craig, get up! You get a standing hug. Standing hug. Thank you. Yay. Thank you guys so much. Thank you ever so much, kitty pies. Much appreciated. All right, we'll finish this cutscene and then we'll run because I have to pee. They were so cute.
Here, feel.
Sounds different. Why does she sound different? Different voice actor? Or is this the dark version of Heidelin? Interesting. Have a good one, Cita Settle. I'll have a look at your beautiful art in just a second.
Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst.
Is that Minphilia? Or is that just a different voice actor for Heidelin? Thank you for the head pat, lovely light.
We are the word of
Thank
the
you,
mother.
thank you. Whoa.
Who were once called
Minphilia! It is Minphilia! Oh shit! Cool hair!
Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet.
Oh, her eyes.
Since I hearkened to her word. Mother, Heidelin, guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow and delivered unto the ethereal sea. There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering. We speak now with one voice, one will, one word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world.
Welcome back, lovely Liv. What do you mean dude was kind of annoying? People like that are big yuck? What happened?
Thus do we beseech thee once more. Hear, feel, think.
Pretty lady. Pretty lady. She is very pretty. Her hair's gotten really long.
Before there was life, in the depths of the ethereal sea, light and dark did once dwell as one. But the darkness coveted power, and the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound. In sundering the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided, reflections of the source, each possessed of a shard. Zodiac longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease. They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining.
Oh, I'm sorry, Liv. Oh, boo. Boo. I hope you did whatever the opposite of commendations were to him. Thank you so much for your hard work, hun. You did a great job tanking. I'm sorry about the lag. And ping.
7 times hath the darkness grown stronger. 7 times have I failed. The Ascians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final.
Oh.
The crystal crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea.
Took that laser beam to the face like a champ. Thanks, sweetheart. Thank you.
Blessed children.
Oh, was there a rock to hide behind? My
Go
bad.
forth and seek. Seek.
I'll keep that in mind. Sorry. My bad. Oh! Did Hydaelyn just explode Minfilia? Don't worry, I healed her boo-boo. You did a great job healing
You've had
life.
another
Thank
vision,
you.
haven't you? Let us return to Master Matoya's cave. Everyone will wish to hear what you saw.
Oh no, she shattered like so many bowls falling to the kitchen floor. No!
Very well, the Bolini is back. 5 minutes of Bolini. Calzone! Hello! More like the battery ran out of juice and she needs to go back onto the
Still
charger.
in one piece, are
I love
we?
that. That's a great
Well,
analogy.
Did you learn anything?
How are you, Calzone? Good to see you.
The word of the mother? I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryle?
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Hydaelyn than Minfilia. And if Hydaelyn has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying she's gone? But that cannot be! Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together.
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Oh.
Must you be so ungentle?
Probably. Matoya doesn't seem gentle. I love Grandma.
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Garlean, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
And that's very noble of you. But in chasing after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths. To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die. The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
Thank you for the care package, Elsie.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly. Come. There is much to be done.
Yes, of course.
Little curtsy's cute.
Thancred, wait! No. No, this is all wrong.
That's sad. Well, that's a place to leave off of ever. That's one of the places to leave off of ever. Thank you so much, lovely Lith and gorgeous Brave, for helping me through that dungeon. Carrying me, really. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. All right. Well, my darlings, that is the end of our Final Fantasy stream for the day. Sweetie Pies, if you are going to bed, I hope that you will sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're up to something else, I hope it's the best ever. And, Cutie Pies, I will hopefully be seeing you, if I'm lucky. I'll be seeing you, on, Friday, day after tomorrow, maybe, if I'm lucky. Please, make me lucky, please, please, please. So that I can hang out with you guys for some arting. Arting would be fun. Arting would be fun. I think that's kind of everything that I need to talk about besides thanking our absolutely amazing top tier patrons, of course, as always, for their outstanding support over on the Patreon. Red Tempestus, lovely Hioki Yorino, fabulous Umbra Kit 31, Cutie Pie Cathasax, lovely Lavender Rose 26, and of course, the Radical Rio Costara. Thank you so very much, my darlings. I really appreciate the amazing support. You have more cool stuff coming up, I promise. I promise. Let me see. We're still 2 weeks ahead of schedule. See, that's the thing. We go crazy so that we can then slow down afterward. I think we might go and let's go see the cutest artist ever. Normally I would want to go see someone who's doing some Final Fantasy, but I think we're gonna go and see my favorite little cookie. She's a genuinely amazing artist. She's rated into us a few times. She's I constantly brag about her outstanding, gorgeous artwork, so please go check her out as well. Oh yeah, Cutie Cat, I was just thinking our top tier patrons, and you are one of them, so thank you so much. Some massive global uppies. Good pals. But on that note, my darlings, I will see you on Friday. Yeah, please, remember, you guys all have little pieces of my heart and my soul. Massive thank you to Light and Lith for helping me run through today. Storm Talon for joining us as well. Actually, we had quite a few people at the start. Thank you so much to all of our precious pals who came in, and joined me for some running about with our little heads cut off like little chickens. It's not how that expression goes. Like chickens with our heads cut off. Cookie is currently in a BRB screen. But, let me see here. I wonder. Cookie's messaging, so hopefully, oh, she'll be back soon. Great, awesome. Okay, perfect. Then we're gonna go see Cutie Cookie too. Congrats again for Partner Plus and partial monetization. All thanks to you guys. Congrats to you guys. Thank you so much for the amazing support. It's been absolutely incredible. Please keep up the great work on YouTube as well. And we've got 2 more months of the Partner Plus in order to actually attain it. But yeah, things are really, really looking absolutely amazing because you guys are absolutely amazing. And I am so grateful for every single one of you. You have little pieces of my heart and my soul, so please take the best care of them because you know that I would take the best care of you. And we're gonna go see the Cutie Pie Cookie Tea. On that note, I'll see you on Friday. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly. I'll see you soon. Dude, it was huge! Surprise communism! Rah, darling.